try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badger name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. The heroes undo the harm, calling out corruption. We'll stand tall for justice and truth. We'll risk it all. My life mattered is the cry we sing. Together we rise, let freedom ring.
Good evening, social change warriors and justice seekers. Welcome back to another evening on a Friday night of Friday Night Lies with Social Change Warriors founder, that would be me, Catherine Felton Page, and soon will be joining us, my co-host for Friday Night Lies, the craziest person ever, Julie from Boston, our resident Bostonian. And we have been with you on Friday nights, believe it or not, since January. So 9 months we have been meeting on Friday nights and going over the Karen Reed Trial 1 and then Trial 2. And now we've been following up with the aftermath of the two trials and what's happening currently surrounding the death of John O'Keefe and getting justice for John O'Keefe. So we are glad to be back on a Friday night. And here's we got dancing music. Julie's got dancing music for us.
Hall and Oates on. Happy Friday, everybody.
Hey, happy Friday, Julie. So we have been covering this trial. Like I said, the trial is now over. It's been over for quite a while now, since the end of June. And we've just been following the aftermath of what's happened since the trial, with the civil trial coming up potentially for Karen Reed, and any scuttlebutt regarding any kind of investigation that does or doesn't seem to be happening into the death of John O'Keefe, because the man needs justice. He's still not alive, and somebody unalived him. He did not unalive himself. So that's got to happen. We've got to get some justice for John O'Keefe. We have to find out what exactly happened that night. Not we, but collectively we, right? Whoever investigates it, whoever takes this case and works it. And we all need to advocate for that because John deserves to have justice. So we've also been covering, thanks to Julie, she's keeping us updated every Friday night on all the other cases that are going on in Massachusetts. And then I update you on the other cases that we are following on Wednesdays on our channel and or Thursdays regarding advocacy for the domestic violence victims who have no justice yet, and any other cases that come our way where we've been contacted by family and we share with you on either Wednesdays or Thursday nights. So we have a lot of updates tonight. We have a lot we want to talk about, and we're going to try to be done by 10 Eastern because one of those updates, hi, Kathy, welcome. One of those updates that we want to talk to you about tonight has to do with SandraBirchmore. And as you all know, we are an advocacy channel and we have been advocating for a year now. We just celebrated our year anniversary in August. So thank you to everyone that's been with our channel. We really appreciate you all so much. And thank you for advocating along with us for all the victims of homicide that we've been following along with permission of their families to get justice for them, to advocate for them, and to continue to support the family the best we can. We can't go out and we're not private investigators. I'm no longer a licensed police officer. Julie is not a licensed police officer, but we advocate for them and we can tell you the updates on their cases and what's happening with their cases and update you on their family's plight as much as we can when we find out information. So thank you for allowing us to do that for the past year and for being with us advocating for all these wonderful humans who lost their life. This last Wednesday, during our Wednesday session of the Angry Bitch Club, Julie and I kind of updated you and talked about what's been going on with Kelsey Fitzsimmons. She's the police officer in North Andover, Massachusetts, who had to go on maternity leave, first of all, because she was having a baby. Then she had to stay on maternity leave longer because she was having postpartum depression issues, and they became very, very serious. So we're going to kind of update you a little bit on what we talked about on Wednesday night, just to give you more information. And then we have some other court documents to go over regarding the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case. She is still now currently in jail because she had to go back to jail because she couldn't complete the conditions of her at-home release. And so we'll go over all that again a little bit and get you up to speed on that as well, if you weren't with us on Wednesday for the Angry Bitch Club. At least once a month on Thursdays, we have a guest on who is trying to call out corruption in their communities. We've had some fantastic guests and some disturbing cases where we've been calling out corruption. So we hope you can join us on Thursdays as well when you get the chance and when we have family members that come on live with us. We actually received an email response from Amy Bradley's brother. So he was very kind, and I do believe that when he has the time, he's going to come and visit us here at Social Change Warriors. So I'll keep you posted on that. I informed him that we have been advocating for her on our live streams, showing her picture, talking about her here and there when we can, and that we would bring any updates regarding her very old cold case, basically, of her disappearance, and they've never been able to find Amy. So I look forward to hearing back from Brad again in an email as to when he could possibly join us for an interview about what he and his family have been through and what he's continuing to go through to find his sister. So, Julie, this was more of an interesting week than we thought it was going to be, wasn't it?
Well, not exactly. I mean, I knew other stuff was coming up, but I didn't know about the AJ stuff. I mean, court's on schedule. I mean, next week's going to be a busy week too. I mean, you have the civil trial that it sounds like they're going to be able to show us on court Zoom. So I don't know if that's allowed, but Melanie said she's going to do that.
Oh, we lost you for a second, Julie. You froze.
Walsh Miles King is going to be next week. I mean, there was a whole bunch of stuff this week, but there was the extra bonus of what's going on in active cases. So we have that too. So
I was kind of referring to the added bonus of AJ being way more talkative than I would have ever imagined that he would be with Billy. So we're going to show you a few clips of that right now, and we'll kind of break it down and talk about it. Feel free to chime in if you're live with us and you feel like chatting tonight. If you don't feel like chatting and you're just listening podcast style, that's all right too. And if you're here on the replay, thank you. We totally appreciate your support. Thank you for being part of our advocacy work and our advocacy channel. So were you at all surprised at AJ going back on the Billy Bush show like that? Kind of out of the blue, it felt like.
Yeah, that was kind of out of the blue. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of stuff going on in the background between
Julie, you're freezing a little bit tonight. Are you still there? Oh, we got
like a tour, and I know AJ
Hey,
talked
Julie.
about that.
Hey, Julie, I'm not
What's
sure
up?
what it is, but you're freezing a little bit tonight.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, whatever you just said, we didn't catch it all. You were totally frozen. So
Oh, that's all right. Yeah. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of stuff going on in the background that we may or may not be privy to. I mean, but to hear him come out and say like, well, I guess we're not doing a victory tour because it would be kind of, frowned upon, poo-pooed, and then to talk more about the case when he has an open civil case. I mean, he talked a lot. He talked about how he would represent ABC and firing Jimmy Kimmel, which was interesting.
Well, he didn't have a lot of choice there because Billy kind of put him on the spot. He didn't delve right into the Karen Reed situation and the civil trial. He brought up Jimmy Kimmel and being, taken off the air, and then what would you do and who would you support? So he kind of put him on the spot there. I don't think Alan really had a choice but to give him an answer. Does he want to rep Jimmy Kimmel if it came down to it, or does he want to rep ABC? Hi, Shauna. Welcome. Good to see you tonight. Yeah, that was interesting. So let's show a little bit. I've got the clip pulled up. Let's show a little bit of his interview with. I like the dynamics between the two of them. It's really easy. The interview flowed really well. Billy Bush is very good at interviewing, and Alan is very good at answering questions. Obviously, so
between AJ and Casey Kasem.
Yeah. Exactly. So let me pull up the screen here. I'll share this with you guys, and let's just take a little listen, and then I'll give you my opinion and ideas about it. And I'd love to hear yours as well. So let me share this here, and we'll just jump right in with a little video here of Billy and AJ. Did that come up already, Julie?
Oh, hang on. Yeah.
Is it on the screen? Perfect.
Well, the background is, I don't know if I don't think you put the interview up.
Oh, okay. Hang tight. I got to just pull the background down. I got to remember to remove that first. There we go. Okay. Now let me add that. Well, let's see here. There we go.
Is that, yep.
Yeah, that's it. There we go. Put us back on the side. And then let me take the greetings off here, and we'll take a little listen, and then we can both, I'd love to hear your take on it, and I'll give you my take on it.
Leaving the scene after accident resulting in death, the defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records it. You upon your oath say the defendant on 00.
Well, this one has been months in the making. What began in a suburb of Boston nearly 4 years ago quickly captivated the country. The Karen Reed trial ignited justice warriors all over the globe. And the man who drove the sleigh that set her free is here in studio. Alan Jackson today on Hot Mics with Billy Bush, presented by our friends at LA Golf. Hot Mics. Well, we are live on TuneIn and YouTube. Wow. Karen Reed's lead defense attorney, Alan Jackson, is in studio. He's got a lot of other things going on, and there he is. Alan, how you doing, buddy?
Good. You're looking good, as usual.
We're starting a little
Southern
late.
California sun works for you.
You're just hammering phone calls in the parking lot. We're like, it's Alan. He's like, what, 2 more minutes? You've got so much going on right now.
It doesn't stop. But this is worth it. This is a lovely reprieve.
Yeah, we're going to get to everything today. It's just, it's fantastic. We had after the trial, we met for a martini up in your neck of the woods and had a great conversation. I said, look, sometime I'd love to get you in studio. You said, absolutely, you can bank on it. And here you are.
And look at this situation you got going. Like, This is the real deal.
Yeah, man. It's pretty good, right?
Absolutely.
Well, it better be the real deal. He's got bucks, right, Julie? He better have the real deal, the real studio deal. Exactly. So I thought that was pretty comical. All right, I'm going to forward to where they start talking about the civil. If you want to go listen to Billy and listen to his take on Alan wanting to be the attorney possibly for the network. You can go ahead and go on Billy's channel, Hot Mics, and find it. I'm just going to, for fair use purposes, I don't show too much of other content creators. I just like to banter about what they had to say and discuss what they had to say. So we're just going to forward here to where
HTV. See you later, baby. This is where all the action is.
I got to find forward.
I got to say, have you been paying it before we get into to all the things that are Karen Reed and,
Sure.
and the whole trial and everything? Have you been following it all with this Jimmy Kimmel situation?
I've seen the same thing that you have. I've not been.
Okay. I'm not sure how far I have to go, but
The Brett Camel's backs. And maybe that was it. I don't know. I can't speak for them. I don't know. Karen, me,
He's
Liza.
in tears, crying over this thing. I mean, have you ever like shed tears in for any other client or any other acquittal?
I have felt emotion in just about every case that I've ever tried, from the prosecution side to the defense side. But I don't know that I've ever felt. I do know that I've never felt the level of emotion that I felt that day when I heard those words from juror number one saying not guilty. It was such a. I don't even know how to describe it. Like it wasn't just, it's not like out of a movie or a book. Like you just say, oh, okay, well, that's done. Next.
Yeah.
You don't get to flip that emotional switch.
No.
It was incredibly emotional for myriad reasons, not the least of which I knew that Karen and her family were going to have an enormous hill to climb to sort of get past all this, and this was the first step of that climb. The acquittal was not the end of her journey. That's where a new journey begins, trying to put all this stuff behind her. You can't do it. You can't just close that door and stick this in a box and say, oh, well, that was that thing that happened once. No, this defines Karen. This defines the Reed family. And to be part of that, and to be part of that, what I pray is some level of healing for her, for Bill, for Janet, for Bud, for the whole family. That's an honor. It was humbling. And to look over at David, who got big tears in his eyes. He's an emotional man. I'm an emotional man. To be able to hug him, to hug Bob, and say thank you to them, and for them to say thank you to us, and for all of us to sort of come together. That was a very, very special moment.
A lot of people are wondering why, Karen hasn't spoken much. And you explained it to me when I was just sitting with you privately, but easy to share. Now, you just look, when you've been in that kind of fight or flight for 3.5 years, people are coming after your life and send you to jail for the rest of time.
Right.
He's totally right about that. The fight or flight, because that's really, Julie, that's really what you're in when you're in a situation like this, where you're literally fighting for your life. And it's interesting because people that follow true crime, they're very interested in the process of true crime, of the investigation, the police work, the arrest, and then if the trial happens, the trial. But I think it's really important to stop and take a breath for a minute and always remember that this is not fiction. This is not a TV show or a movie. This is real life. This was really happening. John O'Keefe really died. We really don't know for sure who unalived him. And Karen was falsely accused of unaliving him and then had the battle of her life. Right, Julie?
Yeah, I don't know about falsely accused. I mean, if you look at the way I think investigations would have done, she would have 100% been a suspect. However, that doesn't mean that the Commonwealth can just kind of willy-nilly throw and go, yeah, we think it's her. Go ahead. We'll just, press her with charges and everything else, and we'll go from there and not do an investigation. I was watching a case this afternoon out in Northampton with one of my favorite attorneys. And I just watched the closing statement, and just in the closing statement, went through. It's like, well, there was paint, and they're saying that she used the paint to cover trails. It's like, well, I've heard that before. And it's, well, there were deleted text messages. And did they look at that person? No, they just already fingered this person here. And I said, oh, I've also heard that before. Now that's in the western part of the state, but it seems to be a common theme. So obviously John O'Keefe deserved a much, much, much better investigation, as opposed to just, like Jackson says, pin it on the girl. And the stupid theory with he did a pirouette and double sow cow and then landed on his head and then bounced, and like give me a break. He deserves a lot better. And had they done just a quarter of an investigation or proper investigation, I think we would have gone to a different result. But I mean, if it has to go this way to get there, then so be it, in my opinion.
Right. Very good opinion. I guess I should rephrase what I said. Not necessarily falsely accused, but jumped to be accused of the crime.
Yeah.
They most certainly could have and should have done more of an investigation. She could have been a person of interest. You know, all the cases that we're following right now of all of the dear unalived souls, many of them are still open because they did not have enough evidence to arrest anyone, and they wanted to make sure they get the right person. So they're doing a proper, very long haul investigation, which continues to name certain people as people of interest. I mean, they released Barry Morphew after they arrested him, even though they had some decent evidence. She wasn't able to be found. There was no body. So after they arrested him and put him in jail, they let him out and they dropped the charges because they didn't have enough to go. With Karen, I mean, look at how quickly they were on her at her parents' house, taking her phone, taking her car. I mean, they didn't even consider that something else could have happened to John O'Keefe. They didn't even consider that he could have been in a bar fight, that he could have been beaten up. They considered nothing. All they were was laser focused on arresting her. And that never made any sense to most of us that followed this from day one when they originally arrested her and she had, her hearing. It never made sense to me. Like, why are they automatically assuming she wasn't at that party with them? She left. I always thought it was sketchy and ridiculous right from the beginning. And so do a lot of people, obviously, that believed in her innocence. But what he was saying here about fight or flight, I mean, most of you have all been in situations where you felt that kind of fight or flight anxiety. Either you've been ill yourself, or a family member's been ill, or you had a tragic accident in your family, or a tragic death due to a disease. And you know what that feels like. So, but can you imagine it dragging out for 3 years? Most people's fight or flight situations are not super long. They can be tragic and they can last for a while. Then your recovery from those can take years and years. But the actual time that you're in the fight or flight usually isn't really long. In tragic situations where a family member or a friend has been hit by a car or had a massive heart attack where you weren't prepared for it, those are fast. That's fast fight and flight. Your body goes under extreme duress. If it's a family member, like in my case with my father, we knew for 6 months that they never thought he would make it at the 6-month mark. They thought he was going to pass, but he lasted much longer. But my family, we were in fight or flight that whole 6 months because we didn't know for sure what day, and we still kept holding on to hope that he would survive. And that is really hard on the central nervous system and on your psyche and on your mental health. And so for Karen to be in what AJ just described as this fight or flight, and her parents and her brother and their friends, but not as much, parents and brother and her, major fight or flight for all those years. So I just wanted to stop it for a minute just to kind of discuss that with you guys and talk about it a little bit. So let's go back and listen to what he has to say.
You need a minute to decompress. If you start running to press interviews right away, it's like,
no, you're right. I mean,
you.
that's you said it best. You need a minute. And that's what I said to you when we were having a drink and talking about it. I said she just needs a minute, and she deserves the grace of the public and all her supporters and people that watch this trial with interest from an intellectual and an emotional standpoint, to give her that grace to take that minute. It's not, someone did lose their life, right? At the end of the day, this is still a very, very sad circumstance. Someone lost their life, and the people the person or people responsible for that have yet to be brought to justice. It would be inopportune. That's not even the right word. It would be classless just to start taking a victory lap. That's not what this is about. Her ordeal is something I don't know that any of us can really understand. We can try. Yeah. I know her very well. I've gotten to know her as a family member myself, but I don't know that even I know, or I could put a finger on everything that she and Bill and Janet, her parents, are going through and will continue to go through. Are they happy? They're incredibly happy. Are they vibrant and living their life? Yes, they're living their best lives, and they will continue to do so. But I don't think any of them saw this moment as an opportunity to, raise their hands and run a victory lap. it was a hard fought battle that affected them, affected Karen more than any of us can quite understand.
I think people are pretty good judges of character. Just like, I read that book, Blink by Malcolm Gladwell.
That's one of my favorites.
I like it too.
Yeah.
In the blink of an eye, you really.
So this is interesting. So he's saying, well, this isn't the time to take a victory lap. I wonder if he's referring to anybody in specific when he's saying, oh, it's not time to take a victory lap, because some people went on tours. And I wonder if he's taking like a little like jab at them, because why else would you say something like that?
I kind of thought the same thing. I'm not going to lie, Julie, that I was going to pause it there and ask you first what you thought, but then I thought, well, we'll just let him talk a few more minutes. But it's hard to say if it was a purposeful jab, like, hey, what are we doing here? John O'Keefe is dead. He's been dead. He's going to stay dead, and nobody's in jail. So we shouldn't be, we can be grateful that Karen did not get, found guilty by the jury, with the exception of the drunk driving violation. But it's still massively sad and tragic that what John O'Keefe's family has been through, and now they have no justice at all. They thought they were there. They thought they were getting justice via the trial because they believe that Karen hit him with her car. I don't know. Obviously, I can't read their minds. I don't know where their mindset is now, if they've let any of the evidence that came out in 2 trials sink in a little bit, or if you're in that position and your child has been unalived, if you just get so stuck in the mud and stubborn in your thoughts on who did it. I don't know, that they obviously haven't come out and spoken again, but this civil trial now is going to be very interesting, because he's going to tell us a little bit about that here in a couple minutes for those of you that didn't see it when it was on, or if you did, we're just re-looking at it again. That's what we do here on Friday nights, because he alluded to evidence that they did not have, that they didn't get, that they are able to look at now, and evidence that they wanted in, that Judge Bev wouldn't let in, but that should be let into the civil trial. And it sounds like it's going to be very, very eye-opening in some respects, the civil trial, that there may be new information come to light that's going to be very damning for whoever did this to John O'Keefe. So
maybe not, but
right.
I mean, what I was talking about.
No, I'm just saying it's a possibility.
Well, so what I was talking about or referring to was when he said, well, we're not going on a victory tour, I thought he was taking a shot at somebody who did a whore tour, who went hopping on different channels in celebration.
Yeah, I get
fit because everybody else got interviews and he didn't, and I wonder if that was a little shot.
I get why you thought that might have been. I mean, it could have been. I personally, I don't think anybody should be having any victory laps or celebrating anything right now until the actual people that unalived John and covered it up are finally in jail and they have to go to trial. Yep. It's okay to be relieved and happy for Karen and her parents, but doing big time parties and victory type laps is like he said it, those were Jackson's own words. He said it's classless. And it is. Sometimes you have to really take a step back and look at the whole landscape of what you're in and what you're dealing with and how big of a moment it is. And before you make a decision to do anything boastful, right? But everybody to each his own in that respect. So
free country.
Let's take a listen.
Get a sense of someone, right? Of what they're about, and what they are. I mean, like when you talk to Bill Reed, which I have several times, the father of Karen, it's like all you can see is like true blue, like man of faith, like just this guy is there every day supporting his daughter. I mean, there's just no way. And you see Karen Reed, who's, she's not afraid to share a little extra information in an interview because she's got nothing to hide. Does she speak a little much when, in some of these interviews she did before the second trial? Well, when you're, if you're innocent, you're not overly thinking about what you say.
Correct.
Right. So you could feel the authenticity.
Yeah. People ask me many, many times, legal practitioners ask me many times, like, what were you thinking? How could you possibly let your client speak?
Yep.
in
Now I
public
can see why they did
that often about so many subjects.
I
The
said.
gloves were off, and there was no strings attached.
Because she has nothing to hide.
Because she has nothing to hide. She didn't do it.
Yeah.
She's innocent, and she's articulate. She can articulate for herself her own innocence. She didn't need me to do it. I need to throw in her assist in a courtroom for sure. But she could articulate her innocence as well as anybody, or better than anybody. So what the hell did I have to hide? I didn't care.
Karen said she took a little vacation there just with her parents. They got away a little bit, and you told me you did get to decompress a little yourself,
bit.
right? Where didn't you go somewhere?
I went to Europe.
Yeah.
I had a birthday, so I was able to steal away to Europe for a little bit. And
I'm seeing you on a
enjoy some
yacht
downtime.
somewhere in the Mediterranean. Was there a little?
It may have happened. There may have been a boat somewhere.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a rowboat, not a yacht. But there was
Do
a
you
boat
know how to
involved.
unwind? I mean, you're very busy.
No,
and
I don't.
hardworking.
That's why I'm hanging out with you. I got to learn from you. I know you know how to unwind.
I'm learning. Yeah.
Yeah, it is a skill. I got to tell you, it is not. It is
true.
not
It
that
is a
easy
skill.
to put the phone on mute and just say, I'm not going to do it. To shut the computer, shut the laptop and say, I'm not answering those emails. That is a skill set. It is one that I have not yet developed, but I'm working on it.
So, in your mind, or have a pretty good picture of what actually did happen, since Karen Reed did not back up and kill John O'Keefe.
She certainly didn't.
So you in your mind, you have a pretty good picture of what did
Yes.
happen?
Yes. But next you're going to ask me what it is, and I'm going to deflect.
Will we have an opportunity at some point to know what that is? Because at some point, maybe you stop going on defense, right? And will you choose to go on offense or just walk away and live life?
There are several different forums that we have available to us to discuss this on the private side of things, as well as the formal side of things in courtrooms. Our courtroom sojourn, our odyssey is not quite done yet. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be out in Boston on Monday for a court appearance.
We give the first hearing in the civil trial, right?
Right.
So what happened? Okay, so that's Monday, September 22nd.
That's the 22nd.
It's the first hearing on the civil trial, folks. Karen Reed was acquitted on all charges against her in the retrial in the criminal case, but now we've got the civil case brought by the O'Keefe family against Karen and 2 bars in town, wrongful death, emotional distress, all these things. It looks a little different. Instead of 12, correct me if I'm wrong, 12 jurors in the criminal, this will be 6 jurors in the civil trial?
The court makes the determination, and honestly, I don't know what the court's going to decide, or what Massachusetts procedure dictates. It could be 6, it could be 9. It's not going to be 12.
What happens in this hearing that comes up on Monday? It's the first big event.
Yeah, it's a status hearing. It's when the court basically says, what are we doing? What are we expecting? What are both sides expecting in terms of moving forward? What's this litigation going to look like? It's basically a look-see where everybody kicks the tires to figure out kind of what's next. How big or little is the litigation going to be? How much time needs to be allotted to the discovery process, the pre-litigation motion process, law and motion work, things of that nature. So it'll be relatively formulaic, but we
Formulaic.
Yeah, you might want to tune in.
Really?
Sure.
Are you going to go? Are you going to take some? Are you going to be forceful? Take some shots?
Anything we do on behalf of Karen is forceful. We're not going to sit back and just have the case come to us. We go out and we tend, as a team, to go out and be affirmative, be assertive.
So when he said, he added, Billy Bush said, and the 2 bars, I still find it really rich that the O'Keefes are trying to sue these 2 bars. And I'm going to tell you why. First of all, nobody forces any adult who's 21 or over to go into a bar. Nobody forces any adult who's 21 or over to drink and get drunk or drive drunk, unless you're in a fraternity. There are some fraternities who do some pretty creepy hazing stuff still to this day where alcohol is concerned. So peer pressure is not the same as being forced. There's plenty of people that get peer pressured into drinking too much or staying too long at a bar and not taking care of their health and letting themselves get so drunk they end up in detox. I saw a lot of that when I was a police officer, but nobody was ever forcing John O'Keefe or Brian Albert or Brian Higgins or any of the families to go to the McCarthy's that night and drink, or the waterfall and see McCarthy's. So Karen wasn't falling over drunk. None of the people that were there partying were falling over drunk. There was no signs for a bartender to cut anybody off. It sounded like John partied and drank quite a bit. Karen did. A lot of people drink a lot. That's their choice if they want to drink a lot. So for the O'Keefes to be suing those two bars, I think it's really, to me, that's a real low class move.
You think so?
I do think so. John O'Keefe is a grown adult man. He knew how much alcohol he was putting in his body. What are you suing the bars for? You're suing the bars because they didn't cut him off? I mean, the bars have no fault in how John O'Keefe died.
Oh, so, all right. So I know in Massachusetts, I know that a couple of lawyers talked about this, but I know in Massachusetts and I know other states are like this. You need to be, if you're serving alcohol, you need to be bar trained, or I forget what it's called, but you need to know, like, hey, if you see somebody who's tipsy or you give somebody a lot of alcohol, like, 4, 5, 6 drinks, you got to cut them off at some point, because if not, the establishment is liable if, God forbid, something happens, they get an OUI, they kill somebody, whatever the case may be. And so they may have some fault, because in her own words and the court, she admitted and was found guilty of operating under the influence. And I think that's why Betterow kept saying, like, I know, like, a lot of the other attorneys are like, oh, this is brilliant, that way they can't charge her again. And Mark Betterow said, I would have preferred that they didn't charge her with the OUI, because then it would be a clean, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Because right now she's guilty of OUI because of her own words, and it could come back to bite her in the ass. So that's why I keep saying they're going to have a hard time with some of the stuff, and that OUI doesn't help. So
right.
Yeah, I mean, Massachusetts, we have.
I was a bartender once, Julie, back before I was a police officer. I had a part-time bartending job, and at least one bartender. This is the rules in the state of Wisconsin. Now they're different in Florida. They may be different in Massachusetts, but you have to have at least 1 or 2 licensed bartenders on per shift, and that person can be a supervisor, or they can just be your licensed bartender that has gone through the training where they send you to there's most technical campuses offer this bartending licensing school. Yep. And so, yes, you are trained to keep very close eye on your patrons, to make sure that your patrons aren't leaving, falling over drunk and stumbling out to your parking lot of your bar and driving drunk and then getting in an accident and having some people get unalived, or they themselves get unalived. So yes, the bartenders are supposed to be watching the crowd almost like the licensed bartender is supposed to be watching the crowd almost like a security guard, right? But that's also not always practical, because bars get very crowded. And you've been in bars, we've all been in bars where they're lined up 3-4 deep up at the bar for drinks, and keeping track of how much every single person drinks in your bar is almost impossible. Now, to a point you can, like I said, if they become disorderly or unruly, or they're yelling or starting a fight, or they're yelling at you, the bartender, then yes, you can kick them out of your bar. You can cut them off. You can say, I'm not going to serve you anymore. But that wasn't the case with that night. With John O'Keefe wasn't acting like he was too drunk to be there, or too drunk to be served another drink. And remember, they were at 2 different bars, and we don't know how much they drank at home before they even came out to the bars, all these people. So every situation is different. Are there situations where someone dies and the bars are responsible? Sure, of course. Civilly, sure. But in this particular case, I just don't see it. I don't see holding either one of those bars responsible for what happened to John O'Keefe. I just don't see it. So I think it's kind of a weak move, in my opinion, to sue those 2 bars. But that's my opinion. Now, the fact that she went through 2 trials and they found her, not guilty, that's going to make it a lot harder for this civil suit for them to pursue it. And we also don't know what other type of evidence may be out there that Judge Bev did not allow in, that none of us are privy to. Okay, let's go back and listen for a little bit. Good job, Julie. Good thoughts.
With our movements. So that's our intention. We'll do that throughout the entirety of the litigation.
Oh, sorry.
How long do you think this thing takes?
Bring it up.
I mean, look, I'm not a civil litigator by trade. These things they count them in years, not months. So it could take a minute.
Civil cases can take a long time.
Well, Karen is, the latest. She's serving 1 year of probation for operating under the influence and a suspension of her driver's license for a year. Is her car any closer to being returned? The Lexus SUV that they've been hanging on to?
Yeah, it's been returned.
Okay.
Yeah, the
So
car
she
is no
can't drive
longer
it
in the
for now.
Massachusetts State Police possession. It's in our possession, or tangential to our possession.
Mandatory treatment program, that was part of it, right? Does she have to do that?
Yes, she's following all the protocols of a standard DUI in Massachusetts. Nothing special. Nothing more. Nothing less. Yeah.
Other latest news: Kelly Dever. You said Dever, and you were right because it would be two V's if it was Dever,
right? It's the difference between Eddie and Edie, right?
You were right calling her.
Yeah.
You should have said, you know what, ma'am? Actually, no, that is not your last name. Your last name is Dever. But anyway, Kelly Dever, who originally stated she saw Brian Higgins and Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz suspiciously surrounding Karen's Lexus SUV in the Canton Police garage called Sallyport, then later called it a false memory under your cross. She resigned from the Boston Police Department on September 1st. She was on medical leave or family leave or whatever all summer long. What are your feelings about her today? Do you have any sort of, I don't know, sympathy for, it's kind of a sad character.
Sympathy.
Her whole life, she's so young and she's just got
Listen to
any?
Jackson. Sympathy.
Or is she
Zero.
No
sympathy whatsoever.
Zero sympathy.
She's also a grown woman. Young, I don't care. She's grown.
Certainly rude.
She was old enough to carry a gun. She was old enough to carry a badge. She was old enough to take an oath, right?
Yeah.
Those things come with consequences, right? You've got responsibilities. And look, I take no pleasure in, I'm not going to dance on her demise, but do I have sympathy for her? No, she made her bed.
Yeah.
As the old saying goes, and she's got a lie in it. So I think it's exactly what should have happened did happen. She should not ever carry a gun, carry a badge, be in a position of authority, running herd over the community. It comes with consequences.
Alan, we're going to go to the chat section here for a second. We're live, so people are fired up to get something in here. Marley says, are there cameras allowed in the civil trial?
It's up to the judge. Normally, cameras do not go in civil cases, but look, think of Johnny Depp. So cameras were allowed in that case. So we'll see. I don't know. It's up to the judge.
Lizard says, what's up with the Jen McCabe texts that Turtle Boy got, but Karen Reed's defense did not get?
Well, that's a whole other can of worms to have to unravel, and we're not done fighting on that battleground. That's a very good question, salient question. It turns out that there were Michael Morrissey texts that we didn't get. There were Jen McCabe texts that we didn't get. There's a lot of discovery that we didn't get. Turns out, thank God, we didn't need it to win the trial twice. But it is questionable why we didn't get that stuff. It's pretty outrageous.
Wow. Boy.
It's kind of like beyond outrageous, isn't it? Shouldn't there be some litigation or some sanctions if there is evidence, these text messages that they didn't get for the trial? Right, Julie? Shouldn't they be able to file some type of complaint, or even though the case is closed and the it's over, but you'd think in that they'd be able to put some kind of punishment on the CW for not turning these text messages over.
Yeah, I mean, you would think. I mean, that's kind of what Roe and Co are doing right now, where
exactly.
They're saying, like, hey, what's going on? I have all this. Give it to me now. Why haven't you done it? Well, I sent an email. I said this. I said that. And as you can see, again, like what David and Eddie said when he went on with the Glazer, he said the story of this was we would ask for something and they would go, no. Oh, you want this? Or you're making us do this? Yeah, we'll give it to you eventually. I'll send a couple of emails. And then they send an email and then nothing happens. And and then there you go. They don't get messages. So yeah, I mean, just in the clips that I have for what Roe and Co did this week, right before they ended, she said, "Oh, by the way, I have another case that's related to the Proctor one, and she has 14.
Oh, you froze a little bit. We'll let her wheel spin here.
Taken care of by the Commonwealth.
What did you have to go back? 14 what? Because you froze a little.
Oh, I'm sorry. 14. I'm sorry. Not search. Search warrants or subpoenas. Whichever the one Proctor did. I can't remember if it's search warrant or subpoenas, where she was like, "Give it to me now," and they were
subpoenas.
I'm done. Am I still
Yeah.
going in?
It doesn't make any sense that if the rules of discovery are there and they didn't provide these Jen McCabe's text messages, that's just outrageous. I mean, it should be criminal. It should be some type of a fine or some type of a reprimand. I mean, you remember how outrageously mad Judge Bev was at AJ for the whole ARCA thing with the signal, using signal. I mean, so how, you can't be a hypocrite when it comes to this kind of stuff. So, I mean, this is going to be quite something. I have a feeling that this civil case, if we get to watch along, could almost be as intriguing and as kind of sitting on the edge of your chair type stuff as trial 1 and 2, because he's going to tell us here in a minute. So I won't do. I won't say it. I won't spoil it. Let's let
for one thing. The other people are going to testify, but also Karen Reed's going to testify in this as well. She can't get out of it unless there are other charges and they delay it. So I really want to see what she has to say in all of this. But yeah, it's going to be something.
It is. It's going to be quite something when it finally does happen. So I don't want to give away what he's about to say for those of you that haven't watched it yet, if you're watching it first time with us. So I won't give it away, but he's about to tell you why the civil trial could be really banana boats in a lot of ways.
Here's an interesting question. Do you miss the trial atmosphere and supporters, or are you glad it's over? And do you imagine that all those people will return and come back out?
It's funny you mentioned that. Do I miss the trial and the supporters? I speak with Karen pretty regularly. I don't talk to the rest of the team as regularly because they've all got businesses and clients and court appearances and things going on in their lives. But the reality is I never thought that I would feel this way, but I absolutely desperately miss that adrenaline rush. I do. I didn't think I was like, when I was in it, I was thinking, when is this thing going to be done? Like, when is this going to be over? The stress was unbelievable. As you can imagine.
That support from the crowd must have just been like, you're going into like arena every day.
It kept us buoyed. We were like gladiators.
You're like LeBron, the lawyer. I mean, just going into the game. And Jackson checks back into the courthouse. Here he comes.
It was that's what kept us going every day, is that the adrenaline punch that we got from the supporters yelling, calls of support.
Followed.
For me, for Karen, for David, for Bob, for Liza, for all of us on the team and around the team, for Evan, for the other interns that were working for us. By the way, Evan, I should tell you that I poached from Karen, one of the interns that we hired that worked with us daily during the entire trial. Hired him and he came out to California. He's now a member of Worksman Jackson.
No way.
No, I'm super proud.
A Karen Reed intern is now an apprentice. He's underneath.
Correct.
He starts with coffee and then he moves to laundry and then he gets he's already a paralegal.
That young man is going to court. He is sharp as a tack.
God,
yeah. No, it's amazing. This whole thing. So to bring it home, I miss it every day. I miss the trial atmosphere. I miss the fight. I miss the adrenaline rush. This is why I do this job. Every lawyer that wants to be a trial lawyer, I mean, this was the case to want to try. So I miss it all the time. And I miss Karen. I miss her family. I miss the rest of the team. It's funny. I never thought I would, but I do.
Amazing. Civil case is coming. Like we said, Alan Jackson is in studio here. We are live on YouTube, on our YouTube channel. We are taking questions from the chat, and they are absolutely flying in here.
They were.
But will you be leading the team for the civil trial, or are you just there and ready to, like the sixth man on the bench, to check in because you got some other things going on?
Well, obviously, I've got a pretty heavy practice here in California, so it's I've got we as a team have all decided that we're going to divvy up the work apropos of each one of our responsibilities. And obviously, knowing that I'm 3,000 miles away, it's a little difficult for me to do some of the day-to-day stuff.
Lawyers
But
and their big
my skill set is trying cases. I'm not a civil litigator. I don't do law and motion work in civil cases, generally speaking. So I will leave that to the professionals. She has an incredibly talented team. At She and Finney, those lawyers are just going to crush it. There's other lawyers involved as well. She's got a pretty good bevy of lawyers to take on the laboring oar from now until the trial starts. I would expect that I'll have a pretty heavy role in the trial, but we'll see. There's a lot of talented folks.
I mean, you've done all of this before. It's kind of odd. Like, okay, here we go again. I mean, you don't have to do that much work in it this time, I wouldn't think.
You know, it's funny you say that. I wondered when the first trial ended in a hung jury, and I immediately knew, okay, we're going to do this again. Here we go. Right to your point. Here we go. We're about to have to take the laboring oar on the exact same river that we just navigated. It should be a layup. I've never worked harder in my life than I did in the second trial. It was double the amount of work, triple the amount of work. We had all the same information that we had previously, the discovery, thousands and tens of thousands of pages of discovery. Now add to that all of the new information that came out during the trial, all the new transcripts, all the new cross-examinations, the direct examinations. We're dealing with a new lawyer. They brought in new experts. God knows what the civil trial is gonna present in terms of new experts and things of that nature.
Wasn't there evidence that they didn't let you present in the second trial, that maybe this time around you can? Isn't there stuff that you were prevented from sharing, like major stuff? Yeah,
and an enormous. Well, how about the fact that the federal government was involved in the investigation of the investigators? How about that?
Right.
Yeah, that's the whopper, right? That's the big one.
Right.
But there were myriad examples of things that we were not allowed to present. Judge Cannoni was extremely restrictive of our defense in terms of what we were allowed to present, even through the experts that we did call.
Is she corrupt?
I'm not going to use. I'll leave it to others to judge and use words like that. I think I've done what I needed to do. I'll tell you this:
compromised?
I feel very good about what I presented, what the arguments that I've made, the information that I sort of presented into the public forum, the conversation that we engaged in the public forum about Judge Cannoni and the Massachusetts justice system in general. I'll let others decide: is she corrupt? Is she compromised? I don't need to use words like that.
Are we going to see a lot of the same people on the stand? In the second trial, we didn't see some of them. We didn't see, like Brian Higgins. We didn't see. Are we going to see Brian Higgins?
I think the entire
Jen McCabe,
cabal of bad people will be.
Oh my God, the band is getting back together. I mean, this is going to be a whole nother round.
I said this before. Nothing's off the table. No one's off the table. They're all set. Look, they wanted to bring a lawsuit. They brought the lawsuit. We didn't bring a lawsuit. We're defending a lawsuit.
Who were you most looking forward to questioning out of all the bad apples?
Yes.
All of them.
Come on.
Jen McCabe?
Oh, I would relish the idea of having another conversation with Miss McCabe. Yeah.
And Brian Higgins, who escaped the last
Mr. Higgins, one. Yes, absolutely.
Well, Mr. Michael Proctor, the leader,
I would imagine that
he'll be back.
I imagine he will not be able to duck this one.
You see, this is the shithole that they've got themselves in, and this is a real problem, right? Because Mrs. O'Keefe is very upset, the O'Keefe family, and they think this is that they're going to get their answers here, and they want justice, and they want to get paid for this, and they're going hard, and these people are telling them, you're right, and now they have to go through it all again, and they know inside, oh God, if our lives weren't over before.
The problem with that, Billy, is I do have, you talked about whether or not I have sympathy or empathy for Kelly Deaver. Or is it Dever?
It's Dever, but it's Deaver.
I don't have any sympathy for Miss Dever because she made her bed. She's going to lie in it. And like I said, she brought this on herself. But I do empathize with the O'Keefe family. Writ large, all of them.
Right.
I think that they have been sold a bill of goods. I think they were sold that bill of goods when they were the most vulnerable. They had just lost a surrogate father, a son, a brother,
Yep.
That's devastating, and I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. But in that moment of vulnerability, in those times of vulnerability, they were sold a bill of goods for a reason, for a specific reason, to turn them against Karen and to turn their eyes away from the actual truth of what happened. And they have sort of absorbed that since then, and they've never wavered. And that's a shame. That's a shame. It's not shame on them, but it's a shame that they feel that way because they can't and won't quite see the truth. I feel empathy for them. But what I'm not going to do is sit back and watch them or anybody else take shots at Karen and try to take advantage of a civil courtroom.
Spoken like a defense
and
attorney.
try to establish some sort of liability of her that doesn't exist. That's never going to happen on my watch. Not as long as I'm alive and breathing.
We are live in studio here with Alan Jackson, defense attorney for Karen Reed, and the civil trial will get going with its first hearing on Monday. So Alan will be flying over the weekend back to Boston. Questions are rolling in, and yes, we are live. Miss Jessica says
This
in
is
our
funny.
chat, "You're not live."
Why not?
Hi, Jessica.
Hi,
Miss
Jessica.
How are you?
We're live.
Now what, Jessica? As live can be. Nicola
Miss Jess.
Moffat is asking a question. Will it be hard to get a jury? Like, who hasn't heard of Karen Reed, in that area?
It is, yeah. It's super challenging. It was very challenging the first time. It was 10 times more challenging the second time, but we'll do it again the third time if need be. Yeah, we'll get a jury. We'll get a fair jury. You bet.
Your involvement required court approval because you live out of state.
Right.
Is there any thought that they might have dinged you for that? Like, just keep Jackson out of here?
No, there still
Yes.
is a Sixth Amendment right that Karen has to a lawyer. So she gets a lawyer of her choosing, and there was really no reason to believe that any judge, especially Judge O'Shea, seems to be a very, very reasonable judge, was going to keep me out of the case, or Miss Little. Liza Little's in the case, and one of my other partners, Caleb Mason, is also in the case.
Well, oh yeah, he's new.
We've expanded the team. He's not new to the firm. He's been around for a long time.
Why is he coming? What's his expertise?
He's a former civil litigator. He understands the contours of the civil litigation side of things, which I don't practice in. So he just adds a font of knowledge that is amazing, and somebody that I can lean on and rely on back here in California.
What is the thing that you do better than anyone else? Or what is your greatest strength? I mean, geofencing and cell phone data, or is it the way you prepare? Like what makes you so good?
I can't say that I do anything. I appreciate the compliment. I don't know that I do anything any better than anybody else. One thing that I never get accused of is being underprepared. I do prepare like a crazy person. If there's something that I need to learn, like geofence data, which most people don't know anything about, I will learn it from top to bottom, left to right, before I ever walk into a courtroom. If it's EDR data, if it's trigger events, if it's text stream data, things that don't roll off the tip of my tongue, I will learn as much as there is to be gleaned on that subject before I ever walk into a courtroom. The last thing I want to have happen, look, I'm never going to know more than an expert does on any particular, if it requires an expertise. I'm never going to know more than them, but I damn well will be conversant on that subject matter. And so I just study a lot.
Have you ever been caught on your ass in a moment where you didn't know something and you were like, and so that just said, okay, never being here again?
Yeah. As a young lawyer, that didn't have to happen more than once or twice.
Right.
And I realized, I'm not going to be made a fool of again.
Right.
Joy Schmeha, that's what she calls herself. Her name is Chrissy, but she's one of our family here. She's
Joy
asking,
Schmeha.
Alan, will things that were impounded be allowed in the civil trial? Will you be able to call Colin Albert? That's a really good question.
It's an outstanding
Joy.
question. Yeah.
Colin Albert is a very interesting character here who was kept away from the spotlight in the second trial entirely.
Right. Think about it this way.
He's the son.
The writer's name is who? Who is it?
Joy. Her name is Chrissy, but
Chrissy.
Yeah.
That's a very salient question. Think about it this way. All of the evidentiary rulings that Judge Cannoni made, they're all out the window. We start with a clean slate. So yes, the answer is, would we be able to? Do I believe we'd be able to, if we could establish the relevance and materiality of Colin Albert, which we clearly can? Would he be on the docket on the witness list to be called by either side? Yeah, he sure could. And so could Brian Albert and Nicole Albert and Julie Albert and Chris and Matt McCabe and Jen McCabe, the whole bevy of folks. There's
Higgy.
nobody that's off limits.
Higgy.
I have. I'm going to ask Alan a question, but I don't want the camera on me while I'm asking. I'm a body language expert, also a freelance body language expert. I want it on Alan, just Alan.
You do know I have a poker face, right?
While I ask the question, and this is seriously, like, when I think about what could have happened that night, I think about this kid, Colin Albert, because he's troubled, and he has gotten in a lot of big, serious trouble in that state before. And I think coming home, drunk, mom, dad, get their people over, whatever. Higgins is there. I think that the Higgins-Colin Albert combination is really something to look at when I think what could have happened. And that Colin Albert kid got loud, and I think Higgins, who of course had designs on Karen Reed and was texting with her a little bit, he got involved. And I think that's where the violence occurred. I do think the two characters are Higgins and Colin Albert. And mostly I would look at Colin Albert. Am I
Really?
I think that's
totally wrong?
No, I can't say that you're totally wrong. I can't say that you're totally right either. I have my own ideas about what happened. But certainly anybody who watched the trials, anybody who watched or read the motion work that we presented, anybody would reasonably come to a conclusion damn close to what you just suggested. That is not far afield. I don't think you're unreasonable in thinking that. Will we ever know who landed the fatal blow? I have my thoughts about who that was. There was a blow that was struck on John.
A brutal blow.
A brutal blow. And he went back and he hit his head on a ledged surface. And ultimately
Probably something in the garage, probably something he fell back on. Huge gash.
You saw what we tried to do in the trial in terms of the garage. And we were thwarted in large part by Judge Cannoni in terms of trying to present that evidence. But there's a reason that we wanted the jurors to see inside that garage. There's a good reason for it. That wasn't just we weren't just doing it for shits and giggles. There was a reason.
What did you see in there?
There was clearly evidence of a structure that was absolutely 100% consistent, is 100% consistent.
With the gash on the back of the head.
With the gash on the back of his head.
And the structure was?
A ledge, a concrete ledge that you step down on, about a 4-inch ledge, made out of concrete with rough edges. It's funny because the coroner said, the medical examiner said, it was a ridged surface with uneven edges, not a smooth edge, uneven edges, as reflected in the autopsy photos.
Sal in the super chat here says, looking back across the testimony and exhibits from both trials, which one piece of evidence do you consider the single most?
So I found that really interesting when I listened to it live, that he went there and actually brought up the garage, as Dever would call it. Because I was surprised because, like you said, Julie, they've got this civil case coming up and you don't want to show your hand too much. So that was interesting to me. And I think it's interesting that Billy Bush has his reasons because he watched both the trials, why he thinks that there was some involvement of Colin, whether it would be that tragically or Higgins that case is. But we talked about this when we went over Colin Albert's testimony on Friday Night Lives way back in like March, and could have even been late February. And there's so many things that don't add up for them to cause me to believe that he wasn't there when John and Karen arrived. I think his ride was on the way, but it hadn't arrived yet. And I think he most certainly was still there when John went into that garage. If that's what we're expected to believe now, that he went in that door closest to the garage and either went into the house there and then said, go in the garage, or if he never went in the actual house and they were already in the garage talking like men tend to do. Men tend to be in a garage, even if it's cold and it's winter. They might have been in there for some reason. Now, somebody put up something interesting, a little theory on one of the Facebook groups today. And that person said that they believe that John was going to go in that door that led into the family room there, not the front door, but that breezeway. I call it the breezeway. We call it that in Wisconsin. What's between a house and a garage is a breezeway. That he was about to go in there, but that because they had just gotten home themselves right before John got there, they couldn't have been there that long. They all left within 5 to 10 minutes of each other. This person thought that maybe they had let the dog out and that they were in the garage because it was snowing and the dog would be wet and dirty, and they wouldn't want that in Nicole's pristine house. The dog wouldn't have been allowed to just come romping back in her clean house with dirty, snowy paws. That they went in the garage, and then that's when John arrived. So they saw him go up to that door and motioned him to come into the garage. And the minute he got in there, words, started flying, verbal abuse, and one thing led to another, and that, the punches started swinging, and that it's possible that Colin Albert was also there because he was waiting for a ride and he was hanging out with his Uncle Brian and Brian Higgins, and that's how he ended up being involved in it. So there you would have the Brian, the Chloe, and the John all in that garage after that weird heated exchange at the waterfall and they're pissed at him. And I truly believe that the Alberts were pissed at him for something else. I still believe that, in my opinion, that there was something going on with the Alberts and John, bad blood there, because at some point John had asked, is Kevin coming? Wondering if Kevin was coming. And they really weren't friends. John had just reported crimes in Canton to Kevin as a detective for the Canton Police Department. So there's so many weird things. And the whole song and dance, Julie, that they expect us to believe. Why was Colin left out of all of the conversations? Why was it so important that he wasn't there when Karen pulled up? Why was it so important that he had already left? They thought they were really smart with the way they concocted all of this, but it's all too obvious to most of us. You do not have to be an ex-cop like me or a scientist like you to figure out a lot of what went on with this case against Karen Reed, right, Julie?
Yeah, I mean, with the Colin stuff, I don't know why Billy Bush is pushing so hard on the Colin stuff. Like, okay, I don't know any of these people personally, but based on what I've seen, like, is Colin Albert a punk? To me, he looks like he's a punk. Did he end a life? I don't think so. I think there's another reason why they're doing this. I
agree with you. I don't necessarily think Colin administered the final blow, but I think he was there. There'd be no other.
I believe he was there. I just don't think he had anything to do with this. Yeah.
Everything they lied about to keep him out of the mouths of everybody. And then the judge not allowing him to even be mentioned in the second trial. Since when does somebody get to be protected like that? Right? He's no longer under 18. He was at the time of when it happened to John, but how is it that the judge was able to keep him out of the second trial? That to me is mind-boggling, and it should really bother people because
they kept him out because of they wouldn't let him be used as a third party, saying like, well, it could have been this guy, it could have been this guy, it could have been this guy. I mean, if you look at the evidence and you actually boil it down, that there, it's one or two of two people, and that's it. Like, I don't know why Colin Albert was brought into it. Again, the kid, I don't know him, but in my opinion, kid seems like a punk. I think there might be other reasons why they're covering something or didn't want to bring him in. I mean, again, I think he might be the weakest link, and if you press him, he doesn't seem like the sharpest tool in the shed. So maybe.
So this is interesting. Somebody posted on one of the Facebook pages, they were having a discussion about this, and somebody posted it was either the Facebook page or it was live. I think I'll have to look for it in a minute. I think I took a screenshot of it. Somebody posted, hey, and it might've been during this live stream. I might've seen it in the chat box. Otherwise I was on Facebook on one of the pages, but I think I did take a screenshot of it to save it. The person said, hey, everybody, I'm from the area. My family knows these families. and we were all at a bar and everybody was drinking and Colin was drunk, and he said it right out. Brian Higgins did it. And then he was like laughing. And so she said, I didn't know how seriously I should take that. And I obviously didn't hit a record button or try to record the conversation on my phone, but he said it right to the group of people as plain as day. He was really drunk and he said it was Brian Higgins. So how much truth there is to that, I don't know. She seemed legitimate the way she wrote it in that particular chat box. It seemed like legitimate. It wouldn't surprise me. A young kid drinking too much and all the pressure getting to him, and who knows, right? But I did find that interesting that Billy Bush even went there and asked AJ about the whole Colin situation. But the fact that the entire families, both sides, and or the friends that were there, Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Brian Albert Jr., that were there too when they got there, could all be called for the civil trial is really going to be quite something to see. Hard to even fathom that literally it would be doing it again, a third time, just this time civilly. We'd be listening to the same excuses, the same, but, it was a butt dial, or, I did that. I didn't, my phone was in my pocket. We were having, happy time and I must have dialed. I mean, that's all going to have to be revisited because all of the things that they tried to use as excuses for behavior that made utterly no sense still makes utterly no sense, right? And when Allie was on the stand, she cracked for a few minutes and then she broke out in tears because I do believe that John, people saw John in that house and they were told, no, you didn't. It was a false memory. You never saw him.
Yeah, I mean, my theory is still that he went inside the house and then came back outside, and whatever happened. I mean, like what Dr. LaPosada said, that when you examine the autopsy photos and you look at
the ridge
on the back of Officer John O'Keefe's head, yeah, it's uneven. Now again, I did my little coconut test, and it would have had to have been something firm, not the ground, because we saw it's not frozen. Ground wasn't frozen. Not even asphalt, because asphalt didn't even do it. The frozen out, cold asphalt.
Right.
Well, concrete does it. Concrete will shatter and cause it to disperse. Now, where is that concrete? There's concrete. Well, there was concrete in the basement. I don't think it happened there. There's concrete in the garage.
There is concrete in the garage.
I still don't think it happened there. But there's concrete on the back porch. There's a concrete patio and a ridge from going from the grass to concrete. Now, my parents had something like that, and these guys have something similar. And if that's where you would have Chloe, because I think 2 or 3 of them said they walked in the house and they let Chloe outside because Brian Albert Jr. didn't let Chloe outside. So Chloe was out back. There's cement. It's cold. You start fighting out front. Maybe hypothetically, this is my theory. You start fighting out front. Throw the car, fight with Karen. Then she takes off. Then they say, hey, stop fighting out front. People are going to see. Take it out back. Go out back. Bing, bang, boom. I think
but I kind of like the theory that he fell in the garage because of that ledge that AJ's talking about, that AJ actually went in the garage and it has those striation marks that were in his head. So I'm kind of going to go with that. So let's take a peek.
I mean, a back patio would have that too on the.
It could. Let's take a peek at Loophole Lawyer. We've fair used him before. If you've never heard of him before, look him up on YouTube. He's got great computer skills. I don't know if he does all this himself or if he works with others for this, or if he just uses AI or what he does. But he's got this AI photo here of Higgins being taken away by the FBI, and he put up the list of all the suspects, which was basically everyone in the house, and then he narrowed it down to Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Chloe, which in my opinion, all 3 of them had something.
Brian Higgins.
I'm sorry, Brian Higgins. All 3 of them definitely, had something to do with that. There's no doubt those are dog bites on John's arm. So whether Chloe bit him first before there even was a chance for there to be a fight, or bit him during the fight when they were fighting, I'm thinking that John got bit while they were fighting.
I think
they were
too.
Yelling at each other, shouting at each other. Maybe somebody took a punch and then Chloe attacked the arm. And then John either fell backwards in his head when he was being attacked by Chloe, or Brian or both, struck a punch, and then Chloe got upset and attacked him at the same time, more or less. It's really, unless one of them tells the truth, we're never going to know for sure the dance that went on. But there was a dance going on, and I believe it was in that garage now, based on what we're hearing and what we're seeing. And I believe the dance was with the two Brians and Chloe, and I think Colin Albert witnessed it. I think he was there waiting for his ride to come pick him up. And that's why they wanted to keep him out of it, because they didn't want him to get in trouble for having just been there. And, but there's still the weirdness with the knuckles thing, with his knuckles being all scraped up, and the whole lie that he fell knuckle first into his driveway. I don't buy that in a million years. So it's very possible that Colin just wanted to get a punch in, because he, like you said, he likes to fight, and he was trying to impress his Uncle Brian. So he might have taken a swing at John too. We don't know. We're never going to know unless somebody fesses up. So let's take a peek at Lou Pourleur. He did an amazing job. Check out his channel. He's funny, but he's also informative with everything that has to do with this, the true crime. Let me grab my, gotta find out, share this. I gotta share that tab, and I gotta go look for it now. Hang on a second, guys. Got a lot of tab open here for tonight. Too many. I don't think that's, give me a second to find the tab I'm looking for here. I just had it pulled up like 2 seconds ago. Let's see if that's, yeah, there we go. Okay, so share this tab instead. Let me know if it comes up, Julie.
Yep.
Okay, so let's take a listen. Lou Pourleur. You're pretty.
Not yet. Not yet.
Oh, not yet. Okay, hang on a second. I got to go back and, oh, I know what I got to do. Hang on. Producer isn't always super speedy. Producing at the same time as talking is tricky at times. All right, so let's take a listen to this fantastic little video that Lou Pourleur put together. And like I said, please give his channel a follow. And I appreciate that we can use him in fair use and discuss what he came up with here.
Happening at 2:22 in the morning.
Are you coming here followed by 3 question marks? I always tell the truth.
I said, you've got to be kidding me.
Butt dial. Butt dial.
Butt dial.
Butt dial.
Butt dial.
Butt dial. Butt dial.
Butt dial.
So I'm driving, and John got on the phone with Jen, and he's telling me it's 34 Fairview.
Are you coming here with 3 followed by 3 question marks?
We are back tracking our favorite Higgy Bear, and we're going to show you how easy this case was to solve once you had all the data. Let's watch.
We arrive at 34 Fairview. It didn't look like there was any soiree going on. It didn't look inviting.
Soiree.
The outside was dark, and I didn't see any familiar looking vehicles. And I said, John, can you make sure we're welcome? And he said, I'll run in. So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which
John left Karen's SUV just 2 minutes after old Higgy Bear texted him, "Are you coming here?"
Are you coming here followed by 3 question marks?
and he walked up the driveway, and I saw him reach the breezeway door, which is the side front door. And he opened the door and went to walk in. And I waited probably a minute, and he doesn't come. And it only took like 2 or 3 minutes for me to be irritated. I called him, and he didn't answer. I said, you've got to be kidding me. What are you doing? You just went in, and I'm sitting here. Either we're welcome or we're not, but it shouldn't take you 5 minutes to determine that.
Within the first 10 minutes after John O'Keefe exited the vehicle, he was attacked.
And then
Now, she's not wrong about that. Try to put yourself in her place. If you were at an after bar, you were at a bar party with people that you barely knew, and they wanted you to keep coming out. Now, remember, Karen didn't want to go out in the first place. She was at home wanting to get this plumber to her house to fix the situation she was having in her house. Those text messages that we heard happen between her and John, she really didn't want to go out at all, but he just kept coaxing her. Oh, come on. I need you to be my designated driver, blah, blah, blah. So here it is now, late at night, after the bar is closing, and now he wants to go to this party with these people that you barely know. I mean, you know them casually at best, and you don't really feel like going, but you give in, you drive over there. He gets out of the car, says he's going to go check it out. You don't feel like there's any big, like she said, a soiree going on. It's not like they had all their little white lights on in the bushes to welcome you, or still had their, maybe had their Christmas lights still out, or even just a porch light. According to her, it was pitch black, not even a porch light. Didn't look like much was happening. And then he's not coming back. I think if I was sitting in the front of that house and my boyfriend went in and didn't come back, I might have had a little more patience than Karen did, but I can definitely see where she had been drinking, as we know, right, Julie?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, she made that very clear for whatever reason, but
yeah. So I can get it where she was getting irritated, why she was getting pissed that he wasn't coming back out. And he wasn't coming back out because, in my opinion, as soon as he went in there, the verbal war started, which led to the fists being thrown, which led to him falling and hitting his head. So let's listen a little more.
And about 10 minutes went by and I left and I was not happy.
These are the only possible people that could have killed John O'Keefe because they were the only ones located at 34 Fairview when Karen dropped John off and when she left. Once you eliminate the kids and the McCabe's, that leaves just 3 suspects: Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Chloe.
You did not make or receive any calls after returning home that night?
No.
You testified that the first call you received after returning home on the 29th was a call from Chief Berkowitz just before 7 a.m., which woke you up.
It was around 6:30-ish, I think.
Your testimony previously was at some point.
Higgy Bear's giving us an indicator of deception, touching his face when he's under stress.
At some point before 7 a.m.,
People are under
that
stress,
call was the one that woke you up.
Play
Yes.
with their hair.
And it turns out, Mr. Higgins, that was a lie, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't a lie.
When you were asked that question at a previous hearing, you didn't know that the person questioning you had your phone records, did you?
I assume they did.
And you were thereafter confronted with those phone records, correct?
I was asked about them, yes.
And those phone records established that you and Brian Albert actually exchanged not one, but 2 phone calls at 2:22 a.m. that morning at a time when you claimed you were in bed asleep, correct?
I have no recollection of any phone calls.
Take a look at the
He's
one that's
lying.
marked.
Remember that list of 10 suspects that we narrowed down to 3? 2 of them were speaking to each other on the phone at 2:22 a.m. that very morning.
Marked with the QQ. Brian Albert called you at 2:22 and 35 seconds, but it looks like you missed the call.
I see the 1 second call, yes.
There's a second call just below that on the same date at 2:22 and 52 seconds from you to Brian Albert.
Yes,
And the duration of that call is 22 seconds.
I see that, yes.
So 17 seconds after you missed a call from Brian Albert, you called him back, and there was a call lasting 22 seconds. Is that right?
That's what the records say.
So the fact is, you were speaking to Brian Albert in the middle of the night, approximately 3 hours before Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in his yard.
When the calls were made between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, John O'Keefe's body had to be within this circle. And of the 10 possible suspects, the only 2 that happen to be speaking with each other are Brian Albert and Brian Higgins.
No, that's not correct.
And then, of course, you lied about that under oath in that prior proceeding by saying, I don't remember this phone call. Did you, in fact, tell the truth at the prior proceeding when you said, I don't remember that phone call?
I always tell the truth.
Did you lie under oath, sir?
No, I did not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Objection, Your Honor.
no.
Sustained.
Did you see him shaking his
You
head?
acknowledge that there's a 22-second phone call.
Did you see that his head went up and down? Like, yes, I know I was lying, but he said, no, I was not lying, but his head, did you catch that, Jules?
Yeah, he looked over at Lau too. He looked over like you gonna say something, but yeah, and then he's got that smirk on his face.
But I just thought it was priceless how his head went up and down. I'm going to rewind that just a smidge.
Lie under oath, sir.
No, I did not.
Would you tell us if you
Did
did?
you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yep.
Sustained.
Like, no, I didn't.
No, I did
You
not.
acknowledge that there's a
Like his
22-second
body
phone
is
call
trying to
in your
tell
phone
the
records,
truth.
correct?
That's what's reflected by the record.
And 22 seconds is quite an amount of time. Would you agree?
It's 22 seconds.
If we were to count off 22 seconds, it's an uncomfortably long time, is it not?
No,
It's long enough to have a conversation, isn't it?
I didn't have a conversation.
Is 22
would ask
seconds
you.
long enough to have a conversation?
No.
A human being can't have a conversation in 22 seconds?
Sure they could. I don't think it's anything of substance.
Okay, so that's my question. 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
I don't agree with it. No.
You had an explanation for what that 22-second call may have been and what the prior call may have been, correct?
Well, I used a phrase that people commonly used as a butt dial.
Butt dial.
Butt dial.
Butt dialed. Butt dialed.
Butt dial.
Butt dial.
Sir, did you make any phone calls after you went to bed between the hours of 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m.?
This is Brian Albert, the homeowner where John O'Keefe's body was found. He is one of the 10 potential suspects that had to be the murderer of John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Who did you call?
I inadvertently called Brian Higgins.
Inadvertently called back.
What time?
I don't recall the exact time. After 2.
2:22 and 35 seconds.
Well, it's kind of like a butt dial.
Kind of like a butt dial. That you were, quote, hanging out with your wife, and you must have butt dialed Mr. Higgins. And in that hearing, you said, quote, I'm not totally sure. You then changed your testimony and said, and I don't mean to be indelicate, but your testimony was then that you were in an intimate situation with Nicole.
Nicole Albert, A-L-B-E-R-T.
At the time. And that's how you butt dialed.
I don't believe I said that's how I butt dialed Brian Higgins.
What you said was you were in an intimate situation with Nicole at the time that the butt dial occurred, correct?
I'm not sure if you have something you can read me or show me.
Isn't it true that at the other hearing you indicated that at or around the 2:22 time frame, you and your wife were in bed together in an intimate situation?
Yes, around that time, I think it reads.
Despite the fact that this big dope claimed that he bang dialed Brian Higgins, we know now that the body was laying within that circle on his property.
Your call records from January 29th at 2:22 and 35 seconds in the morning. Whose number ends in 5421?
According to this, it's Brian Higgins.
The call at 2:22 and 35 seconds appears to be 1 second in length, and that's from you to him, correct?
It says 1 second.
That would be the call, the initial call from you to him, the one that you claim is a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
Did that call roll to voicemail and then you immediately hung up?
No, I don't recall if it. I don't know.
So according to you, it was a butt dial that went to his phone that somehow lasted 1 second.
Right.
There's a second call at 2:22 and 52 seconds, 17 seconds later, correct?
Yes.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
Look at this disgusting pig trying to fake as if he can't read the documents. When a witness does that, it's a clear indicator they're being deceptive. And here you have this guy trying to tell us that although he's one of the 10 potential suspects that could have killed John O'Keefe, he has no idea how he called Brian Higgins just hours before John's body was found.
And that call doesn't last 1 second. That call lasts 22 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts.
Unfortunately, I do know that length of time, and that's the main reason my ex-wife filed for a divorce.
Yes.
So you think it's possible that you may have butt dialed Brian Albert for a 22-second call that you're not aware of?
I think it's possible that he could have been inadvertently called back, but I have no recollection of that, nor did I have any conversation with anybody.
But you admitted that you lived alone, correct, Mr. Higgins?
That's correct.
Did you open your phone with your Face ID or a multi-digit code?
I have no recollection of answering the phone or calling anybody back.
Women are human lie detectors, and she sent us something here. Higgy Bear, as we observed him in his natural habitat, is very cute when he's lying. He has a script and he's sticking to
3 or 4 interactions with the phone that have to be physically undertaken to just make one call.
But I didn't make any calls.
So how'd you butt dial?
I didn't make any calls. I have no recollection of any calls, nor did I speak with anybody.
After you were shown these phone records at that prior hearing, in that hearing at least, you finally admitted that you did in fact call Brian Albert back, but this time you claimed the two of you just sort of sat in silence.
The hearing Alan keeps referring to is related to the FBI's investigation of this situation.
Did you ever previously testify that you did in fact make the call, but you did not have a conversation during the course of the call?
What I think I testified was something must have happened, but I didn't have any phone call.
Just like us carrying the text when old Higgy Bear is lying.
I kissed Brian Higgins the other night. He's such a cuddly bear.
Do you remember?
And now that we know that Chloe has an alibi because she was on the phone at the same time, there's no possible way anybody but Brian Higgins or Brian Albert killed John O'Keefe.
I remember being asked, quote, did you call him back? And you answered, yes. And then there was a question.
There was a series of questions there. That's only a fragment of what I said.
I'm not done yet, Mr. Higgins. Can you answer my question?
Yes.
To the question, did you call him back? Your answer was yes, correct?
I think it was kind of, I must have.
You see the pink highlighted question and the pink highlighted answer.
Did you call him back?
What's the answer?
Yes.
You then said a little bit further in that same conversation, I did not have a conversation, correct?
I did not have a conversation with anybody.
And the question following that was, you just listened to the phone, what someone was telling you? Answer, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call.
Did these two dopes really think they were going to get away with this?
Yes.
End quote.
That's
what you said at the other
gotten
hearing
away
under
with
oath,
it.
correct? Yes or no?
Can I see it?
And your answer was, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call.
I terminated the
That's
call.
only
That's
thing.
interesting.
Meaning it's possible it could have happened.
It's possible it could have happened that you had a 22-second call with Brian Albert,
I
correct?
did not have a 22-second call with Brian Albert. There was no conversation.
That a boy, Higgy. Avoid answering the question and just
hung up,
read what
though.
your attorney prepared for you.
You've had some time to think about this 2:22 a.m. call, correct?
Some time to think about it? I haven't really thought about it, no.
So for over a year, you haven't even considered the fact that you were caught with a phone.
So the timing of all this is very interesting, Julie. So let's think about this for a second. First of all, it's statistically, and you're our science girl, so I can rely on you for this more than myself, but I would believe, and from what I've read from different people that are into science, that it's probably statistically impossible that many butt dials happened during that night in that small time window.
Yes, it's highly unlikely. I mean, the likelihood to have a butt dial and then a butt pickup and then a butt hang up is, I mean, the odds of that are so low, where you look and say, okay, this looks suspect to me. Something happened here. But to hear his federal jury testimony that Alan read into it, saying that he's quoted as saying, and then I terminated the phone call, that means that he knowingly hung up the phone. So he was aware that the phone was there. So he could have butt dialed all he wanted. And then, like, what was he saying? Like, I'm butt dialing. And then all of a sudden, 22 seconds later, I go, oh, I need to hang up this phone.
Right. Now,
that's weird.
But what I'm wondering, I've always wondered this, but I would assume they would have figured this out. Could Brian Albert have left Higgins a message and Higgins listened to the message? And that's why he says, I did not have a conversation with Brian Albert. Because they've been very strategic, though, in the way that they say things like John never came in the house because John went in the garage. So they're not lying when they say John never came in the house. That's not a lie. If he didn't truly ever go in the house, if he only went in the garage. Now, what if there was a voice message and Higgins erased it, or Higgins left Brian a voice message and erased it, and there never really was would they have found that? Because remember, they didn't extract Brian Higgins or Brian Albert's phones.
No, they did not.
So this was just my thought of it this whole time, is that he's using those words. I never had a conversation with Brian Albert. Maybe they didn't have a conversation. Maybe they left each other messages and then erased them. And and this all goes back, Julie, to if they had done a proper police investigation, if they hadn't jumped the gun, pardon the pun, and arrested Karen and never thought that anybody else could have hurt John O'Keefe, if they would have waited and made sure she knew she was a person of interest, and then made sure everybody in that house knew they were people of interest because John allegedly went to a party at this house. The investigation should have taken weeks to sort all this out and do interviews and collect phones of people that you think, hey, this person, there's a good chance this person's a suspect. Maybe we better ask for their phone. And if, like, Jen McCabe voluntarily gave them her phone, but said, but not my daughters, not children, no children stuff. But I'll give you my phone. Karen gave them her phone before they ever had a warrant for it. So why didn't they ask permission to see Higgins and Brian's phones, right? If they would have done all that in a timely manner, it would have all maybe turned out differently, because there's plenty of circumstantial evidence that they were involved in unaliving of John O'Keefe.
Oh yeah, big time. I mean, if you just look at, I mean, like, you and I talk offline. If you just look at, like, if you go back, like, if you forget everything that we learned in this, and you just go back to what happened at the scene, like, if you're Yuri and Proctor, and you say, okay, we have this,
Right.
This unattended death or this body that was found at this place where there were 3 women who were there, and the cops were there, and then the EMTs and everything else. And then they call and say, hey, we found this body. The guy's going to the hospital, but it doesn't look like he's going to survive. And then finds out that they didn't survive. They would immediately go and say, okay, let's talk to these 3 women who were there. Okay, turns out it's his girlfriend and his 2 friends. And then you interview them and you say, okay, what happened that morning? What happened, then? Okay, Carrie, you say, okay, she showed up that morning. Okay, she's done. Jen McCabe, she was there that night when they were at the bar. John O'Keefe and Karen were there. You talk to Karen. Karen's the girlfriend. You go, okay, odds are it's somebody that knew him. Let's look at the girlfriend. Okay, let's look at everybody else. Then you go through and you say, okay, you guys were at the waterfall. You guys were at C.F. McCarthy's. You look at the film from C.F. McCarthy's. Okay, you guys were drinking. Then you look at the film from Waterfall. What happened at the waterfall? You got the heel toe. You got somebody going like this. Come on, let's go over here. Point. Then you look at John O'Keefe and you go, hey, who are those? Who's that fat asshole doing that? Oh, it's Brian Higgins. How does Brian Higgins fall into this? Oh, he's a friend. Oh, was he a friend of these guys? Okay. What about these other guys? Then you're doing more investigation. That's where it should have started, saying like, okay, here are our suspects. We have the girlfriend. We have the other friend that was there that night whose sister lives in the house. Then you have Brian Higgy. And then you have Higgy. Higgy, who was flirting with Karen and was gesturing and then said, then sending, well, and you coming? He would have been suspect number 1 to me, but what do I know?
Absolutely. And given that there was bad blood between the Alberts and John because of John reporting drug activity and being a pain in the ass of the Albert family because of whatever nefarious crap Colin was into or not into, it just makes no sense that they didn't do a thorough police investigation, other than that they were trying to cover for one of their own, for 2 of their own. And hi, MCAT. And I love it when MCAT reads my mind, because after you got done talking, that was going to be the next thing I was going to say. Isn't it awfully convenient that Brian and Brian are calling each other and speaking, either listening to a message that the other one left for 22 seconds or speaking for 22 seconds. And then Jen McCabe Googles Haas Long to die in the cold. So once they realized we're in trouble here, John just fell and hit his head, and then they left him there, and then he ended up dying. Rest in peace, John O'Keefe. We're so sorry. And what are we going to fucking do? And so that's when the whole snowplow idea, I think, came to fruition. And that would be why Jen McCabe would Google how long to die in the cold, in case, he's not dead yet. If we put him out in the cold, how long before, somebody could be passed away? Or they knew he'd already died, but they wanted to know how long would it take to die in the cold? So then that would be what they would want to see that law enforcement would look at, like that he was drunk, he fell and hit his head, and he sadly passed away in the cold. Or I think, like we've talked about many times on our channel, that they were going to conveniently use the snowstorm and use a plow. They wouldn't know for sure if Lucky was on duty or not that night. I don't know that they were going to specifically think, oh, let's frame Lucky, but I think they were thinking, hey, if we put him out there on the corner where Karen dropped him off, it's going to look like he never came in the house and he got hit by a snowplow after she left because he was drunk.
Yeah, that's plausible deniability. That basically says, like, yeah, he didn't come here,
Exactly.
He was out front, and who knows if he came in the house, whatever it was. But his phone pinged, so they probably knew, again, in my opinion, that, okay, he pinged here, so stay out here. Again, it was supposed to snow earlier than what happened. The snowstorm ended up getting delayed. So, again, put it out there and say, yeah, we know what happened. It could have passed out, whatever the case may be, whatever. But, I mean, but still, like, you go back to, like, the original one, like, okay, like, you find, like, okay, we looked at the video, we see this guy gesturing. What did this guy do last night? Okay, well, then you go back and say, all right, well, it looks like he was at his office at Canton PD. Let's get the tape from Canton PD. What do we end up seeing from Canton PD? We see him swaying up and down the hallway at Canton PD, moving cars and then go, wait a minute, you were up at 1:45. I think he left Canton PD at 1:45. And then what happens? He calls at 2:22, or there's a call at 2:22.
Right.
That seems pretty damn close. I mean, I don't know what else you might have been doing, but that's pretty damn close. It's not like you went home and, see you later in West Roxbury.
No way. He never
Something
went
else,
there.
I would have
I don't
looked.
think he ever went there. I really don't. I do not think he ever went there.
To his house? Yeah, I don't think so either. But
No.
again, we don't know what the ping is or where he went from there. All we know is that he is on tape, swaying and moving cars where he, grabbed his key for whatever reason, even though he left the key to move it, but he's there for some reason. He gets a bag and then takes off in his Jeep. So you see
And had they done a proper investigation, Julie, they could have pulled surveillance from the drive from there back to his house.
Yep, exactly. Yep, to say, where'd you actually go? Yep.
Right. If they had done if they would have considered like most good investigations, everybody's a suspect who could have been in the preview of that person who's no longer alive. Everybody's a suspect until you can eliminate them. And then you slowly but surely go through your investigative tactics. Excuse me. Allergies have been bad here. Almost fall here now where I live. And you could eliminate witnesses one by one. Okay, we got Higgins on surveillance. He's at such and such a crossroad. He's 10 miles from his house. There he is going home. We can use that to eliminate him. And maybe he did go home. Maybe after he got that call to come back and help move John to the curb, or just to let him know what the heck was going on and how the cleanup was taking place. Then he could have gone back home for a while before he ended up at their house at shortly after 7 a.m. back at the house for this family meeting that Julie Albert, brought donuts for. And so had they done a proper investigation and made everybody a suspect that could have possibly been in contact with John O'Keefe that night after Karen dropped him off, they would have been able to do an investigation that would have been worthy of John O'Keefe losing his life. Because if your life's going to get lost, you sure as hell hope that the police are going to make your life worth something by giving you justice and not allow the people that unalived you to walk free. Hey, MCAT says, still summer in China, 87. Yeah. It was 85 here, MCAT, but after having all that crazy heat, which was 85 felt like 105, or 92 felt like 110. That went on for almost 6 weeks. So now when I go out in the morning, it's only 77, which in Wisconsin would be like a decently warm day. It felt really nice to me because it's all relative of what you're used to. But yeah, it's starting to get more normal weather here now, and then we'll kind of get into our fall, and our fall leaf drop will happen. And so but anyway, guys, I want to break away from this for just a few minutes and talk a little bit about SandraBirchmore. Julie and I are wearing blue. I've got on my Milwaukee Brewers baseball hat, MKE, because we clinched going to the playoffs for the 7th time in 8 years. Yay, Brewers, go Brewers. October is almost here for baseball fans, the most exciting month for baseball fans. And crossing fingers that the Brewers do well and make it through far. We want to see them go really far. I have a lot of friends in Wisconsin who are huge Brewers fans. So, including MCAT, who's a Brewers fan as well. So I want to just touch base with the SandraBirchmore case here for a minute. Now, most of you that are members of our channel and subscribers to our channel, most of you know that that SandraBirchmore was groomed by the Stoughton police officers. There were 4 of them. Let me bring, that's another couple travesties that I have to catch you up on. SandraBirchmore was, let me see if I have a slide for Sandra. I might not have one right now. Oh, I don't have that one up. I'll have to come back to that. I'll have to get one up for the end of the show so we can show a picture of her again. But Sandra was groomed by 4 police officers in Stoughton, Massachusetts, from the age of approximately 13 to 14, all the way until she turned 18. And they were having SA with her, and it was not consensual in the law, in the eyes of the law. So they were SAing her. And then she continued a relationship with Matthew Farwell after she turned 18, but it was super unhealthy, obviously, because he had been grooming her and breaking the law to have S with her. And now she's a grown adult, but she's still in this relationship with him. He's married and has kids and has another child on the way. And she starts to get upset with him not paying enough attention to her. There's thousands and thousands and thousands of text messages. He was constantly kept her under his thumb, and she wanted to have a baby. He said, no, we're not having a baby. My wife's pregnant. I'm not having another baby with you. We're not having a baby with you. Well, she ends up getting pregnant and confronts him about it and wants him to be on the birth certificate and is really pushing him. And we don't know for sure everything that she might have said to him verbally, but there's tons of text messages about her being excited about having this baby and that she thinks he's the father. And then she ends up unalived in her apartment and didn't report to work. So they were concerned. So the Canton Police Department did a welfare check, and she was found unalived in her apartment. They immediately jumped to unaliving of herself. Never did any kind of proper police investigation, immediately jumped to the conclusion that she had unalived herself, even though there was plenty of evidence that she did not do that or would not have done that based on her activities and what she was up to. That's just the alarm to remind us that Dateline is going to start at 10 o'clock. So for 2 years, it was ruled an unaliving of herself, and her family and her friends and many of the people that were from Stoughton area who knew her or knew of what happened were very upset. And they started protesting, doing standouts. Her cousin Barbara, some other ladies, and Mizzy. And most of you have gotten to know Mizzy because she's continued on taking it to another level by doing live streams and by organizing standouts with Barbara, Sandra's cousin. And then in the background, while all this is going on, while the Canton police never did a proper investigation and the Massachusetts State Police never opened up a case to look into what was going on with SandraBirchmore, why would this young woman just unalive herself shortly after she found out she was pregnant? And then lo and behold, finding out that she was in a relationship with a married cop from Stoughton. And then lo and behold, finding out via her diary that she had been with these men, his brother, Robert Devine, and a school officer, all having S with her for years and years and years. So behind the scenes, the FBI was doing an investigation, because whenever there's police officer malfeasance involved or dirty cops, crooked cops, however you want to name them, the FBI will get involved. So they got involved, and they then found all the evidence that they needed, all of these text messages that the Canton police and the Massachusetts police didn't bother to find between her and William, and he was arrested last August. Now, here's the crazy thing. For those of you not following the case, he has yet to go to a hearing, to a conference hearing, to any type of a status conference hearing. It keeps getting pushed back. Every time it's supposed to happen, it doesn't happen. So we still have yet to see him, Matthew Farwell, walk into a courthouse. He's been in jail this whole time, no bail. And now Dateline has gotten wind of this somehow in the last year, because they were following Karen Reed, and they are doing a show tonight at 10 o'clock Eastern time. It's a 1-hour show on the tragic happenings and the tragic death of SandraBirchmore. So it should be very well done. Dateline does a great job. And that's why we chose to wear blue in honor of SandraBirchmore. Now, we've also been updating you, like I was telling you, about Kelsey Fitzsimmons. And Julie followed this case right from the beginning. Before I had even heard about it, Julie made me aware of it, that this young police officer had been out on maternity leave and then ended up with postpartum depression, and then got into some kind of a crazy argument or fight with her fiance at a joint bachelorette party. So they were supposed to be getting married this fall or coming up, right? Or is
October.
It was supposed to be in October. So they were having a joint bachelorette party. And I guess allegedly she drank too much, got really drunk. That isn't the first time that happens at bachelor and bachelorette parties. And they got in some kind of a verbal war between the two of them. And things were said, and apparently threats were made. And all this time she was battling postpartum depression. So my number one concern is, why was she drinking while she had postpartum depression? Because any doctor would tell her, had she been to the doctor to discuss this postpartum depression, that you should never drink alcohol when you're going through something as traumatic and as horrible as postpartum can be. So I'm sure the alcohol did not help one bit with her postpartum depression. But it sounds like they got in this fight. Threats were made. According to the fiance, he was afraid of her. So he got this emergency restraining order out against a judge, granted it to be served to her, and he got to have full custody of the baby, temporary full custody of the baby. And they were there. They went to her home to serve this restraining order and to say, we're taking the baby over to the father's house. You've lost custody for the time being. And they end up letting her go to her room. There's 3 officers. One of them, from what we know from the records, one of them went with her to go to her room to get the baby's diaper bag. And allegedly, from the reports, she got her GUN out and held it up like she was going to unalive herself. And the man who used to be her partner when she was on duty shot her right in the chest. And they had to rush her to the hospital, and she was in the hospital for weeks and weeks and weeks, and ended up then getting released to jail because she's been charged. What are her charges, Julie?
So she was originally charged with attempted murder on a police officer, assault and battery with a dangerous weapon, and I forget the other one, but they were pretty hefty charges. I think it was attempted murder, and maybe it might have been attempted manslaughter, or attempted. I'm not sure what the second one is, but I know the first one was attempted murder, saying that she pointed and went there, and thankfully it went through the grand jury up here, and they dismissed the 2 top charges, the attempted murder, and which I can't remember if it's attempted manslaughter or whatever it was, but it's but they still went through with assault and battery on a police officer. So she still has that charge, but it's a much lesser charge. So it's not, dealing with life in prison or whatever the case may be, but she still has to deal with that. So,
right.
Yeah.
Now, MCAT says also she was pregnant.
Well, yeah. So that's also the stuff that I have tonight. And I don't think we're going to be able to get through it in 10 minutes. So
no. Do you want to take an hour break and watch Dateline and then just reconvene for a half an hour at 11?
Want to come back at 11?
Why not? It's Friday Night Lies. We can do whatever we want. We can. I mean, I'm interested in watching it. MCAT says, don't forget to program your VCR for 15 minutes. I don't have a VCR, MCAT. That's olden days for me. I haven't had a VCR in ages. And I used to have the ability to record, but I don't know if I do right now. I have YouTube TV. What does everybody live with us think who's around? If you guys wouldn't mind weighing in on this, I think it would be well worth it to all watch the Dateline, and then we can come back and break it down for a few minutes, and then Julie can share the new information that we have on Kelsey. I do want to let you all know now, because we have time to quickly talk about it, is that you've been following the Suzanne Morphew case along with me, because I've been advocating for Suzanne Morphew, and Suzanne Morphew's husband Barry was arrested for the second time back in August, and he's been in jail. He had a bond hearing a couple weeks ago, and they didn't remove his bail, but they did say that if he got a bond certificate and he put up $300,000 that he will not get back. That's the fine. That's the fee to have this bond certificate, because the bondsman's going to then guarantee this $3 million bail. Then he could get out until his hearing. Now that really, everybody was thinking there's no way the judge is going to do that. She's not going to let Barry, get a $300,000 bond certificate. There's way too much evidence this time around compared to last time. And you got to leave him in jail before he goes to his trial. Now, of course, there's the whole innocent until proven guilty, which is the way it is here in America. Barry is innocent until proven guilty, and he has claimed his innocence this entire time, that he did not unalive his wife, and his daughters have believed him, and they've been standing by him. So the judge, she went ahead and said, yep, you can do this certificate. If you can raise that $300,000 that you're not going to get back, then you can get out. Well, that happened today. So Barry Morphew is now out of jail. I'm actually super nervous. Part of me thinks that he's too much of a narcissist, that he would never unalive himself because his daughters believe he's innocent. And he would know that if he unalived himself, that then the daughters would for sure have to come to terms with that he must have done this. I think he's way too big of a narcissist to do that. So I don't think he's going to do a photos doulos. And the reason why I say photos doulos is because Jennifer Farbo-Doulos, who was missing and is still missing, there was evidence, tons of video evidence, surveillance evidence that it was circumstantial, but it was still there. They were able to arrest him and charge him with Jennifer's unaliving, her supposed unaliving. And then they gave him, he made bail. And within days of making bail, he was actually weeks of making bail, he was supposed to go back for a status hearing, and he unalived himself in the garage of his home. So he never stood trial for the death of beautiful Jennifer Farbo-Doulos. He never told anybody where he buried her, if he indeed did bury her. Who knows what he did with her? Thankfully, her beautiful soul is in heaven. But a lot of people in the group that I follow on Facebook for Suzanne Morphew, they've been very concerned today that he could potentially unalive himself. And that's what that Travis Decker did, by the way. They did find remains in the forest, way up in the mountains. They had to use helicopters to drop people in to get his remains, to get them and bring them back. And so they're doing an autopsy on the remains, but there's clothing that resembled what he had on in photos when he was with his 3 little children. In case you did not understand that case, he was accused of unaliving his 3 beautiful daughters, a 9-year-old, a 5, I think it was 9, 7, and 5, just horrific. He was in a domestic violence disputes, being very verbally abusive, and I believe it was even potentially physically abusive to his wife. And she let the judge decided that he could have unsupervised visits, even though he had been violent with the wife and people were worried about what he might do to the wife. He was allowed unsupervised visits. So he took these 3 precious angels camping and he unalived them. And it's just the most heartbreaking, horrific situation. And then he went on the run. And of course, the wife is now dealing with the complete trauma of what happened to her 3 beautiful daughters, and also the trauma of, is he coming back for me? I'm sure every day he was missing up until today or yesterday when they actually found these remains, we still don't have clear cut, but they're pretty positive it's him based on the location, the clothing, that he was coming back for her, that he was, she was probably just living in fear since June, that he might come and try to unalive her. And in complete terror of what happened to her beautiful children and grief, I can't even imagine what this woman has been through. So I'll keep you updated when we meet again next week. I would assume that they could do autopsy can take a while to send out when it's remains like that. But let's hope that that is Travis Decker, and that the nightmare is finally over for him being a threat to society and a threat to her. But now the grief and healing that, she'll never completely get over the loss of her 3 beautiful children. And what a horrible individual. I've heard that he had very bad PTSD from being in the military, but then why in the heck wasn't the VA doing something about it? Why wasn't somebody counseling this man away? During all of this trauma, why were the kids allowed to be unsupervised with him? That the judges failed her. The judicial system failed her this time, and they fail people a lot. And I'm nervous that they're going to fail Suzanne Morphew by letting Barry out. I'm very nervous about it. It's going to be scary every day, wondering what Barry's going to do next. So MCAT says, FYI, recording on YouTube is possible, but cannot be learned in the next 2 minutes. Yes, I totally know. Michelle knows darn well where Jennifer's body is. And oh yeah, Michelle Troconis was Fotis Doulos' girlfriend who he was cheating on Jennifer with. And she had a trial because they had enough evidence that she was an accomplice in what's the word I'm looking for, Julie, when they tampering with a corpse. They believe that she was there and that she wasn't necessarily there when he unalived Jennifer, but that she was with him when he disposed of evidence. There's pictures of them in a truck together. So she had her own trial, and I wasn't live streaming then, or I would have most definitely covered it. And we may go back and look at that one someday, just for Friday Night Lies, just to see, if people were lying on the stand in that case. And she most definitely lied. Thank you, MCAT. I forgot about that. But I'm just really concerned that Barry, that he's going to possibly pull a photos doulos and unalive himself. I mean, we have no way to stop it. Obviously, none of us. All we can do is keep advocating for Suzanne Morphew, and that he will go to trial, and that if he did this, if there's enough evidence. I mean, in my heart of hearts, I believe he did it. He says he didn't, so he is innocent till proven guilty. But in my opinion, all of the statistics and all of the evidence that they do have, and I'm sure there's a lot we don't know, matches up to the fact that he did do this. So it's really devastating. All right. So yes, photos doulos. That's right. It was dismemberment, because that's what they were leaning towards, that he potentially dismembered poor Jennifer. I mean, just horrible, which is what they believe the husband did to Suzanne Clark Simpson in San Antonio, Texas. He's in jail. They did not give him any bail. They had a lot of evidence against him, and they also arrested a friend of his for participating in the cover-up. I don't know if he got out on bail or not. I think he did. I'll find an update on that case too for us in the next couple of weeks. There should be an update. So we do have information that we do want to share with you tonight on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons situation. It's a very bizarre case. There's the side of the fiance, because he was trying to protect himself and his baby. There's the side of Kelsey's family, that she was going through postpartum depression, and it's very dangerous. Why did you send officers to her house to give her a restraining order and take her baby while she's in depression, postpartum depression? Couldn't you have had her come in to the police department? She's a police officer. She's just off on leave. Bring her family with her mom and her dad, so that she would have moral support in such a traumatic situation. Why did it have to be handled like she was a criminal? There's a lot of questions about this case. And now that these new court documents that Julie and I were able to find online this week, that I believe Melanie Little did a long stream about, are quite concerning. What he's trying to go after, where money is concerned. So we definitely want to share that with you tonight. So Julie, do you want to take a break to watch Dateline and then come back for just a short half an hour afterwards? Dateline is on now. Thank you, Kathy. I'm going to leave the stream up, guys, so that, because I don't want to have to start a whole new stream. So I'm going to leave the stream up. I'll just make a post here that we're watching Dateline about SandraBirchmore, and we'll be back to discuss in an hour. So I'll leave the stream up, and the chat box that way will stay up. We won't have to redo a whole new stream. And we'll see you guys in an hour. And I will put that up so anybody who joins us very late knows where we are. Hello, everybody. Give everybody a couple minutes to come back in if they were watching the Dateline. I'll be curious to see what some of you have to say about it. I thought it was very well done. It was everything that most of us already knew because we've done several live streams on SandraBirchmore. We had Mizzy on with us and literally went over everything that they talked about tonight. The only thing that was interesting to me, but I'm going to wait for Julie to come back up too. Are you there, Julie? Well, we're still live and we're still ticking, so I'm going to get my phone and see if she's coming back up on the platform with us here. So stand by.
All right, we're back.
Yeah, we're back. So that was, I thought that was very well done. And before you were back joining us, I made a comment that it was everything that most of us that have been following Sandra's tragic death knew already. We've live streamed several times about Sandra's case, and we've had Mizzy on with us at one point this past spring, updating us on all their standouts and what they had done to advocate for Sandra, because the family and obviously you saw tonight, the cousins, nobody believed that she unalived herself. And it was very, as we saw tonight, they were very quick to jump to that conclusion. And the ending, was really somber, hard to see her cousin. I feel terrible that she blames herself, but I think a lot of us would, that we would have felt like we didn't do enough to get her away from him or to try to convince her to stop seeing him or whatever. But the problem is she was a grown adult by that point. Even though she'd been through horrific trauma, she was still a grown adult and of age. And there, it's like we all have had family members and friends who bad things have happened to them, and we might have wished that we could have done more to prevent it. but we can only do so much on the outside, and it's just such a tragedy, and just such a shame is just not a strong enough word for what she went through, and the abuse of power that Matthew Farwell, William Farwell, I believe Robert Devane, what they did with their power that was entrusted in them is, like the chief said, is just despicable and disgusting. The one thing that surprised me, Julie, that I didn't know is I knew that she had done an internal investigation because I remembered seeing her press conference, but obviously none of us knew that she was working with the FBI.
Yeah, I mean, I thought this was a dynamite Dateline and what investigative piece the Dateline did. I mean, this goes nationwide. Her family got to go out and say their piece, and I mean, right from the jump, it was basically like, yeah, something was going on, and it seems suspicious, and this guy's gonna, this guy has a family, but don't worry, he's gonna leave. He's gonna, raise the baby with me. He's gonna get involved, and just immediately they were like, yeah, this is gonna be a problem. And then as soon as they found out what happened, they're like, yeah, something went there. And then just to see what happened with everything else. And I mean, I thought the chief was fantastic. I mean, I know that you've had your issues with her, but I thought she was fantastic in all this and what was going on. I mean, I know that the three officers that were working there, and then Josh Heel, who was there in his he's out in the Abington. They're still working on being decertified, but the other two are decertified. I mean, I didn't know that she pushed that strong or made a public statement like she did to say, hey, listen, you see these guys here? Screw, get lost, done. Mm-hmm. You can't come here anymore. So, I mean, just to see that, and then to see Kurt Minahan and Dave Cullinane, that's where Nurse Kim came from with Dave Cullinane in the Kurt Minahan show, where she would pop on and kind of do her little TikTok thing, and then came into the Karen Reed stuff. But she used to go on with those guys, and those guys were pushing hard. And I put it in the chat a couple times. The podcast, I think it's what is the live podcast? The podcast. I'll
the case.
What was that?
The case you're talking about?
It was the one that that these guys.
Their podcast is called The Case.
Oh, is it? Okay, yeah. Then that one, yeah. They're the ones who've been kind of hammering all of this, and been pushed back when they're like, nah, she killed herself, she's this and that, and like, no, there's something here. Like, let's take a look at this, and let's take a look at what else is going on with these officers and other people involved. And it turns out it's a bigger deal. And I mean, just to get this exposure is phenomenal. I mean, it sucks. It's sad to see, her family there all, upset, but I mean, at least this is going national. I mean, Lester Holt, I mean, I'm looking at him right now because I have my TV on pause because I wanted to read the statements that the Norfolk County DA's office put up and the medical examiners put up. And I mean, the feds aren't going to say anything, but to hear his attorney like, oh, just keep an open mind. How about you go do something to yourself? How about that? Keep an open mind there. But I thought it was well done.
Oh yeah, it was definitely well done. And when they put together a package like that, the old school they used to call them packages. And when I worked at the TV station in Madison, our packages were only like 2 to 3 minutes long because you only have a half an hour newscast. So if you got to work on like a story and make a package, it had to be between 2 and 2.5 minutes long, where you had to weave the personal interviews with the B-roll that was shot. That becomes the role they actually use in your 2.5 minutes with any interviews you did, and then your voiceovers. And it's a lot that goes into those packages. And this is approximately it wouldn't be a 55-minute package because of all the commercials, but it was probably roughly a 40-minute package, maybe 36 to 40 minutes, because take out all the commercials.
Yeah, 48 minutes.
Yeah, but I like the way they weaved the interviews with the family and then the police, and then quoting police reports and evidence. And yeah, I thought it was really well done. The woman that they interviewed, what was her name? McNamara, was that her name? Or no?
That's the chief.
Oh yeah, McNamara's the chief. Who was the lady, the reporter that they interviewed?
Michelle McPhee.
Oh, thank you, Michelle McPhee. Yeah, I actually.
Yeah, she does a lot of local stuff.
Yeah, she's a very interesting person. I actually did a couple direct messages with her via Twitter, asking her a few questions, something that, she was allowed to tell me. I'd actually asked her to come on with us on the live stream, but she wasn't able to while she was working like this on the case. So it'd be interesting to see if she'd be able to now that she's done with her story. But she spent months and months and months working on Sandra Birchmore's story. I was really happy to see that they included her in their interviews, the Dateline interviews. Yeah, when you said I had a problem with the chief of Stoughton, my only problem with her was that I don't understand why that internal investigation took as long as it did. Because I can't help but wonder if it hadn't taken quite as long, maybe they could have gotten him arrested sooner, because her internal investigation really did bring out a lot of evidence. And he was on paid leave that whole time. And they were, I know there's protocol and everything has protocol when it comes to government jobs and police, but it's just really irks me, that he was on paid leave. And then right when they get to the point where they're going to fire his ass, he resigns, which is typical of someone like him,
Well, didn't they say that? Didn't the chief say that in the statement that she made with the like Fox 25 and in channel 5, channel 4, WBZ and those guys, which like, hey, these guys. I don't know if she said they were under investigation, but we're like, hey, these guys like scrammed, get lost. Where what she said, she was recommending them to be decertified, like they're no longer here. But yeah, they end up leaving as of their own. But she made the statement publicly, which I had no idea that she did. I thought everything was kind of done like, like hush hush, like, oh, okay, like you've seen how it's done in Canton, but how is it done here? I didn't know that she made that well, not huge press conference, but like big for around here. About that, saying like, hey, these guys, and then name them too. I mean, they just showed 3 of them. They didn't talk about Josh Hill because he was already gone. He was in Abington. He's dealing with his decertification. But just to make that statement, say like,
that's
hey,
a good point though, Julie. Josh Hill has been protected and shielded throughout this entire thing. It's really interesting. And it
has
makes
he?
Well, pretty much. I mean, here you had an entire Dateline episode, and William Farwell and Matthew Farwell and Robert Devine are all mentioned, but not Josh Hill. And he had a relationship with her. It's been proven. So how do we know how deep into this little ring that he was? And his name is hardly ever mentioned in any conversations to do with Sandra Birchmore. Why is that? Right. And now his name's not mentioned again.
Well, I mean, that's a good question. I mean, he wasn't part of he wasn't directly part of the police department. He was an animal officer, which I don't know if that's related to, I don't know how Stoughton works, but he wasn't an officer.
He had to be an officer. You're not
to be an animal officer?
Well, in most states, if you're a canine officer, you are a police officer.
No, not I'm sorry, not a canine officer. He was animal control. I thought that's what he was. I thought he was something completely different, and then he went into being the school resource officer. I thought I didn't think he was a full member of the department.
Oh, well, that's news to me, because I thought he was a police officer. I thought he was a licensed. I mean, it looks like he's got a badge on his uniform right here in this picture.
Well, that might be animal control. I mean, like, I know where I am. That's, I mean, it falls under the Department of Public Works, and you call the police to get to them, but it's separate. So I don't know. That's why I understood. I might be wrong about that.
Yeah, I thought he was.
But I know these guys, these 3 right here, they were 100% Stoughton officers.
Right. And I thought he was a police officer, because if you're a school resource officer, you're a police officer.
Yeah, but he was a school resource officer in Abington, not Stoughton.
Okay. So then she wouldn't have been able to do an internal investigation on him.
I think that's why. Yeah.
But why didn't they even mention him in the Dateline? You know what I mean? Like, and in so many other broadcasts, his name is not brought up. It's like, it's almost like he's being kept out of it, like protected for some reason. It's always been very strange and odd to me.
I mean, maybe kind of sort of. I mean, I know that when Mizzy, and again, Mizzy's on now, but I know when Mizzy mentioned mentioned this Dateline, she said it's only going to be an hour. And so she talked about like, okay, well, who's going to be in there? It's like, well, the family's going to be in here, Barb's going to be in here, and they're going to be the ones who are who are going to be the ones interviewing. Like Mizzy wasn't a part of it. They didn't show the standouts because he said, well, in 48 minutes, how much time are you going to dedicate to, talking to, like showing the standouts and showing this? But they showed a lot of Karen Reed stuff, and I mean, they could have showed, Mizzy doing the standouts and there, like just show her holding a sign or with the megaphone,
right?
But
I'm a little confused. Like you said, they brought up the fact that there was another high-profile case going on in Massachusetts, and they showed like 3 different sets of photos of the Karen Reed standout.
Yeah, they showed a bunch, which I didn't get. Like they could have showed Mizzy in one of them. I mean, they showed Grant with his phone running.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Towel made Dateline.
Right. I'm kind of concerned or curious, like why didn't they show the standout for Sandra? At least one of them,
I don't think it's a conspiracy. I think they're trying to drive. I think they're trying to drive attention by saying like, hey, this big thing with Karen Reed happened, but also this right here is happening too. And I think they said like, hey, if you're interested in Karen Reed, you should definitely be interested in this because this is a landmark case that's going to blow the doors off. And oh, by the way, the feds are involved. And again, we're going to see what's going to happen with Karen. I mean, next week the jury was supposed to come in and get sentenced, but that got moved to another week. So that happens in 2 weeks. But I mean, who knows what's going to happen with that? But with this, I mean, that's kind of what they were saying with like, hey, look at what's going on, Karen Reed. You can do that here too. So let's get eyes on this too. So I mean, it would have been nice to see Mizzy, but I think it kind of got the point by saying like, hey, we kind of knew something was going on, and turns out our gut instinct was right. And then the statements at the end, I mean, I paused to read them, and they're just bullshit. They're like, well, at the time, that's what we used to make the official cause of death and diagnosis. But more information came in, and I know we're working collaboratively. Like I think they said collaboratively like 4 times in the statement. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really concerning that the Norfolk DA's office is standing by their unaliving of herself bullshit. That's very concerning. Very concerning. So, well, there'll obviously be more to follow. I know a couple months ago we did an update on William Farwell, Matthew's brother, and that he lives out west somewhere, and now I forgot what state he's in.
Either Arizona or New Mexico.
I think it's New Mexico. Yes, Shauna says very concerning. Yeah, very concerning, Shauna. I agree completely with you, and you agree with me. William Farwell moved out to New Mexico after he resigned when they said they were going to do an internal investigation on him. And he was arrested for domestic violence in his home. He trashed his living room and was making threats and throwing things around. And but his wife neglected to get a restraining order against him or have even a 72-hour stay away. So I haven't tried to go back and check through any police records to see if he has had any more. This was back in January when he got arrested for DV in his home. And apparently he has a daughter. I don't know how many total kids, but there's a teenage daughter because she was redacted, but mentioned in the police report that they didn't want to make any charges against him, and that he gets that way when he drinks. So I think he's having a real problem just conducting his life. Maybe he's waiting for, the feds to come and arrest him too, or whatever is happening to him. It sounds like allegedly that he has some type of a drinking problem and has allegedly been abusive in the home. It's just sickening. It really is truly just sickening. And we don't know, no one knows who the actual father of the baby was. And I don't know that there would be any way to prove that now. know that now.
Well, I mean, there might be. I mean, depending on who took the sample for the baby and then who took Farwell's sample. I mean, there you got to think that there's got to be some sort of a DNA profile. So, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm guessing that they would have the DNA profile. Well, I mean, obviously they have Sandra's DNA, but I'm guessing that they would have the DNA of the baby. And so I'm guessing that if they have that on file with either the feds or, you know, maybe, you know, the state police have that. I mean, you got it. And I mean, I'm sure that they have an idea of who it could potentially be. I mean, again, that there's, you know, speculation. We say, well, could it be Divine? Could it be the brother? Could it be Fanning? Could it be Heel? Could it be, you know, all these people? And
we know it's not Matthew, but it could be one of the three up on the screen. It could be Robert Divine. It could be William Farwell or Josh O'Heal. It could be any one of those three, or like you said, it could be someone else. But it's just, the whole thing's a travesty. It was heartbreaking to watch her family, and heartbreaking to see all those pictures of her as a child, and just her life was cut short in such a tragic fashion by evil. You know, these and Matthew Farwell, especially with his quirky, you know, nasty self, wanting to have violent sex. This choking stuff is terrifying, and other people have nearly passed because of that S type of fetish.
Well, so that's interesting. When so I don't mean to keep bringing Towel back up, but when Grant talked to his mother, again, you know, you could take that with a grain of salt. She does a lot with women, and she's fighting she's fighting to get the ERA not cauterized. I forget what it's called. But anyway, she's fighting to push that through. And one of the things she was talking about was she said that she does a lot of work with that type of violence and victims, and like why are there these types of, you know, kits that just, you know, go around, and like why don't these cases get pushed through? And so she was talking about, she's like, well, number one, they're not taken seriously because you could do so much to cause damage as a defense attorney,
right?
Just going to say, hey, I need this, you know, kit done, and then, you know, it's not really taken seriously. But then she gets into, you know, dealing with that. But she said with that, it's very telling is that when people talk about like different types of fetishes, she said the terminology is termed strangulation, and I don't know if YouTube's going to get bitchy about that, but that's the correct term. And when you do that, it's very much a predictor of like bad shit that could happen. But when you talk about choke, that's a fetish. And she's like, no, it needs to be the word strangulation, because choke kind of like diminishes it, where it's like, oh, I'm going to do this soft, and look, I'm choking you, look, this is a fetish. No, she's basically saying like, no, they do that to soften it so that like people who have that urge, it was like, well, it looks like something that went, you know, like it looked like something personal that, you know, might have turned bad, and like, whoops, it was an oopsie, not like an actual, like, no, I'm going to do this to you. So it's very interesting. So like I saw this text message, it was like, oh shit, this was like, yeah, like you could see this coming a mile away just with the text messages. It's like, it's like, you know, like foreshadowing like this horrible conclusion. And I mean, it's just awful. But I mean, it's a really good thing to see that, you know, that Dateline nationwide is covering this. So that's good to get this out there, and to show like how horrible, like how horrible, like how horrendous this got. Like, you know, like just to hear the chief say like this was a sick son of a bitch. He's talking about, you know, why don't you do this, you do that, and then the text messages that the Kirk Minahan and Dave showed, where just like, oh, I fucking hate this person. I wish he would just die and leave me alone, and I hope that this like. Was this known? Like, wow, you speak so violently, and yet like, oh yeah, she did it to herself. Like, okay, 4'10", 6'4".
Yeah, he's just
on camera.
He's a sick man. He's a very, very sick, disturbed man.
Disgusting. It's not taken seriously, and that's unfortunate.
And MCAT, yes, MCAT, his wife was in labor when he was at Sandra's apartment. It's crazy. Yeah, that it just makes it so much darker that his wife was pregnant at the same time and actually had gone into labor when he would have been there at the apartment, because then he went to the hospital and a few hours later his baby was born. I mean, it's just like, you can't make this shit up type stuff. That's what this whole thing is. It's like the horror flicks that these creative people make up and then put in the movies that are fiction. This is like that, only it's not fiction. This really happened to this young woman, and her entire childhood was robbed from her by these men. And I personally, friend zone, and yes, predators. And Julie, there has to be more victims. I don't buy it that these guys were content with just one. I just think there has to be, and you think about the fear. I mean, look at the fear for the Epstein survivors, fear that no one would believe them, because these are powerful men in powerful jobs. And you can understand why nobody would want to come out and put themselves in harm's way with people that are so well connected, and then be called crazy, or we don't, no one believes you, you're crazy, stop lying. I mean, that's what they would get because of the jobs that these men have and the power that they have and the money that they have. It's just heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking that this happened to her. But it's really going to be quite something to see what the fallout is with William and Robert Devine, and even potentially Joshua. MCAT says, clearly Matthew thought SandraBirchmore was carrying his baby. Oh yeah, he actually did. I believe so too, because she told him he was the father, so he believed her for whatever reason, that wasn't anybody else's. And MCAT says, "Oh no, there are more. This is not isolated." Yeah, I agree. There has to be more. And so it'll be interesting to see, sad and tragic, but interesting to see if anyone else comes out to try to help get justice for themselves and for Sandra. But I did think it was really well done. I'll send a little note to Barbara, to Sandra's cousin, letting them all know, that we thought they did a really wonderful job. And even as hard as that would have been to be interviewed and talk about Sandra in the past tense like that on national television, that's an honor, and they're honoring her by doing that. And I thought they were very composed and really prepared to speak. That was really, really well done. I just feel every time I see anything to do with Sandra, photos of her, photos of the officers, I just feel sick. Like, it's just such a sick feeling that nobody figured this out in time to save her life. That's just really pisses me off. And I have been curious, and I'm sure a lot of you are too. Where are Sandra's parents? Her biological father, I don't believe, was in her life, MCAT, and her biological mother passed away. She had a lot of heart issues. She had heart disease, diabetes. She passed away. And then a year after that, Sandra's grandmother passed away. So the cousins had kind of rallied around her in her young adult years while she was going to college, getting her associate degree. And it sounds like they were very close with her, keeping an eye on her. So, a lot of tragedy for a young girl. And these scumbags up here on the screen, they all took advantage of her. I still don't know if Joshua Heel was ever involved when she was under 18. There's been no evidence to that, but he was definitely involved with her after she was 18. And I don't know how it's possible he didn't know about these other three characters. So it's really going to be quite something to see what happens with the rest of them. And if we can get them all arrested and put in jail, that would be great. So we will obviously have more updates as we get closer to when William will finally be in the courthouse, hopefully, with some type of movement forward with this case. Hopefully that's October. It keeps getting pushed constantly. So all we can do is hope that it's going to be October, that we're finally going to get to, have him go to the courthouse and get some type of a status conference on the situation with the charges against him. So Julie, what did you want to circle back to and finish up our night with?
Well, I mean, how long do you want to go for? I mean, I've got all sorts of stuff, but I mean, it's 11:30, so.
Yeah, I mean, we can save some of it for next week. There's always time.
Right.
So
We'll do next week. I mean, next week we have Karen Reed's civil case, which again, Melanie Little, that's on Monday, 22nd. I don't know if it's 9 o'clock or 2 o'clock, but Melanie Little supposedly has been given the Zoom for that. I don't know if that's going to be able to be broadcast or if she's going to do like she did last time, which is listen to it and kind of tell us what's going on. But she said that she's going to be live and whatever happens, happens. So that's Monday.
okay.
Then on Wednesday, we have Turtles, I guess, update for God knows what. Now with the mega motion that went through and who knows what's going on with that. But again, Melanie's doing that. This is going to be day 3 tomorrow. So she's going to go through the whole entire thing. And I mean, good for her for going through all the links and everything to show what's going on with that. And then Thursday, there's an update with Roe and Co., Miles King and Brian Walsh for what's going on there. And Friday was supposed to be the sentencing for the federal grand juror in Boston, but that got moved to the 2nd because there was a conflict. Both sides had a conflict, so both sides agreed. I don't know if the Judge Talwani agreed to it yet, but I think so far it's still on for the 26th. I don't know if she agreed, but it looks like it's going to get moved a week. And people are speculating like, oh my God, what could this mean? What could this mean? No, I think it was just a scheduling conflict that just got moved a week. So that's going to happen that day. So we got another big week next we'd
Yeah, there'll be a lot of updates to make on Friday Night Lies. So what?
Monday too. Thank you, MCAP.
What'd you say, dear?
Oh, it's Monday too. I wasn't sure if Karen Reed was at 9 or 2, but it's a 2. So
yeah, and that's just a status conference. I honestly don't expect too much to come out of that. I don't think it's going to be exciting whatsoever. I mean,
we always say that, like, oh, it's going to be nothing, and then it ends up being a big thing.
Yeah, well, it's hard.
We'll see.
Well, we'll see. I mean, again, it's a status conference. Those typically aren't super exciting. Don't have a whole lot going on. They're just both sides, as Alan Jackson put it, kicking the tires.
Well, I mean, all the turtle stuff, those have all been status updates, and look what came out of those. True. I mean, that's a little bit of a different case because it's more flamboyant, the right word.
Tumultuous.
But yeah, I mean, so a lot of stuff comes out of those. So we shall see.
Yeah. What else did you have? What is one of the things that you wanted to go over tonight before we close out? Anything that stands out that we don't?
All right, I'll give you this because we talked about Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Right.
So there have been updates. There's been a lot of shit that's come out, and it does seem like something seems to be going on. Now, again, we're in Massachusetts. We have low thresholds for certain types of violence and assaults, whether it's assaults on yourself or other people. So if you make a threat, like I'm going to do myself in or do that other person in, it's supposed to immediately be taken seriously, and you're supposed to act on it, because if the police if you say that to a police officer or somebody says that to a police officer, they will immediately take you in. They will Section 12 you because they don't want that on there. It's them basically saying like, okay, you are a risk to either yourself or somebody else. You're a danger. We deem you as a danger. We've heard that. Now we are going to take you in so that, this is basically like saving a life, whether you mean it or not, or you're not serious or whatever the case may be. That's a threshold. Right. Now, some people can abuse that. If you find out, like, for example, I don't know, like we played it for ourselves, but if you heard the Chris Albert 911 call when Richie and Eric were standing in front or standing off to the side in front of CF McCarthy's with the I Love Canton sign, where he said all the key words. He said, I am a witness. I feel threatened. I intimidated. He said all the right words and said, oh, by the way, call the cops, get them away because this is happening. And then the cops came by and they made a record. So
I think we have that, don't we?
Oh yeah, you have that.
I think I have that in the deck. Hang on a second.
Yep.
Let me go to, there we go. Hang on a second. I can pull it up.
Told Blair to come to Boston for TB hearings, so that might be exciting. Oh, Bettero wasn't. Oh, Bettero told Blair. I'm sorry. I thought it was the other way around. The Glazer told Bettero to come here. It's like, well, I hope he would be here. It was a big motion.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to find it. I know oh, there it is. I knew I copied it over. 911. I think I don't know which one that is, but
Yeah. So I don't know what's happening. It's so this is so for the Karen Reed civil stuff, that's down in Plymouth County. So that's further south. So Canton's a little bit like southwest. That's further south. That's going like directly to the Cape. I don't know if it's in Brockton or wherever this is. It's close by, but it's a little bit of a ways away. So I don't know if they're gonna do rallies or if people are gonna be at the courthouse or what's going on there, but something's going on.
MCAT says Chris Albert needs to relinquish his man card. Okay, here's his little 911 call. Hang on a second. Now I got to go back to find it. Where did I put it? I just brought it up. Now I got to look for it again. It goes up here in all these. Too many tabs open, then I can't find it. There it is.
Don't need fucking Channel 7 walking in here, bro. Canton Police, Jen Anderson, recorded line. Hey, how you doing, sir? So I'm calling from Deanie Pizza, 618 Washington Street, and I have two gentlemen in front of my store. I'm a witness against a guy, trial. He's got 2 felonies against me, and these 2 guys are in front of my store within inches of my front door, and I feel threatened. I feel scared. I feel intimidated by them. And one guy I've already pressed charges against before, and my customers, they won't even come in the door. A couple people tried to approach the door, and they left. I really need some help as a citizen of Canton. Okay. All right.
5 keywords.
Check on it, okay. All right. Bye.
Yeah. You and
5 keywords. He said all the keywords. I'm threatened. Customers aren't coming in, so I'm getting economic harm. I mean, he didn't say all that, but I'm a witness to the citizen of Canton.
Alluded to it. And you and I talked about this when we looked at it the other day. He most definitely used all the keywords that one would need in order to get that type of a police call.
Do you have the other one that shows what happened when the police showed up?
Yeah.
Just to show. Now again, he is a witness in a murder trial. He is a witness in, I guess, what, federal investigation. I think he testified in front of the grand jury. Again, I'm not sure. We're not supposed to know this, but again, things came out in trial, whatever this is. But I don't know if he's if he has other stuff. So, but yeah, and I mean that's the problem. People take advantage. So, all right. So this is what happens when they showed up on scene. The inches from my door, which I guess is true. If you count.
Folks, how you doing?
Great. How you doing?
Hi, my name's Sergeant Anderson with the Canton Police Department.
How are you?
Can I ask why you're picketing out here today?
Picketing against Chris Albert and the family.
Okay. Against Chris Albert and his family?
Yeah, about the corruption, and we want him to resign. He doesn't belong being a selectman with that activity.
Okay. Are you aware that the owner and occupant of this building is a witness in an ongoing trial?
No more. Isn't that trial over?
Okay. So are you aware that he's a witness in an ongoing trial? I'm actually informing you now.
No, what trial is that?
Okay.
Oh my God.
I suggest you go across the street. Picketing a witness in the state of Massachusetts is a crime. I don't have to disclose that to you, sir, but I am informing you that he is a witness.
Well, I
do suggest you go across the street. I am informing you that it is illegal to picket a witness in the state of Massachusetts.
I'm not asking a difficult question here.
Okay, I don't have to answer that for you. Can I get your name, sir?
Yeah, Rich Schiffer.
Schiffer? How do you spell your last name?
It's S-C-H-I-F-F-E-R.
Richard. Can I get your date of birth, Richard?
3/20/59.
Sir, can I get your first name, please? You don't want to give me your name?
Albert, resign now.
Okay. All right, gentlemen, I did inform you that it is illegal. Okay? You're well aware of that?
What's wrong with this?
What's that?
What's wrong with this site?
Sir, I'm just informing you that picketing a witness in the state of Massachusetts is a crime.
We're not picketing a witness. I'm not picketing a witness.
Okay. All right.
We're not.
Have a good day, gentlemen.
See them across the street. Which, I mean, they're absolutely right. They had a sign that said, I heart Canton, and Chris Albert resigned, because again, he is a public official. He's a public official. He is a town selectman. They're saying, hey, as residents, people who have business and residents in Canton, we are protesting the selectmen. And he went there and he said all the keywords, and see, this is what happens when take advantage. And again, it works on both sides. It's, there's the doing the other stuff, and then there's this.
Right.
So,
right.
And I mean, it's not just the witness intimidation. It goes the same thing with restraining orders and, oh, I'm harassed, I'm scared, I'm this, I'm that, with low threshold, and they have to give it to you because, again, it's better safe than sorry. So you can get a temporary order. You have to come back in, I think it's either 10 or 14 days for a hearing. And that's what happened with the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case. And it seems like that's still going. But I did find something because I know the last couple of times I've been up here to talk about Kelsey Fitzsimmons and talk about what happened in court. I don't know if I made the internet upset, but it does seem like it's like we're getting like different sides where people going after the judge and saying like, oh, I can't believe this is a witch hunt and this and that, and showing a picture. Like, just don't do all that, but just listen. So what came out on Monday was the judge's denial. So Tim Brado brought one change and brought an emergency order to try to get a different scram the alcohol monitoring because he said that it would be obvious to anybody that he was that when somebody is shot that they're not able to use their lungs efficiently. And the judge got very upset and was like, well, what changed? Show me something. Give me. And then denied it. And she ended up back in jail. So Tim Brado made some more motions. He was like, no, we need to appeal with the Supreme Court, the 8th Amendment, all the other stuff. And the judge's decision came out on Monday. I didn't have the documents, but Melanie had it, and I wrote down a little bit of it. But I've been looking for people, especially lawyers, because again, I'm not a lawyer. I just play one on television on this little YouTube thing. I'm a math and scientist, and it was like, well, I mean, I know logic and I know data, and I know that you need to, bring stuff to support claims. And I was like, wait, this looks like this, but it'd be nice to have a lawyer do this. Now, again, the only one that I could find who wasn't doing again, Melanie did this, and in her video she got very upset, and then she started naming people in the chat who live in Essex County and told them all to leave. And I said, okay, let's not do that. How about we read what's going on and go for a different approach? So brother counsel said something, which again, he wants both, like he tries to both sides to stuff, but he also said he's like, Bradel shouldn't have brought that motion. The Commonwealth should have brought it when she couldn't comply. And Turtle kind of said the same thing, trying to backtrack a little bit, like, oh no, it's he's totally working on her side, but he totally regrets that. But I didn't talk to him, but this is just that. So found another attorney who's been following this case, which is a good thing. She's local. We've talked about her before. And I don't think, and I mean, people are kind of both sides on this. Some people like what she has to say, but some people don't. I think she's spot on in this. It's not just because we agree, but she covers a lot. Again, she goes a little bit more in depth. So Kat, can you share screen?
Yeah.
So we show this. This is Catherine Loftus. She's from Southie.
Catherine Loftus. Yeah.
Yep. She's from Southie, as we will hear in 1 second, because she's a very thick accent. So she's been following this from the jump as well. So I don't know why this is the first time I went to her. I was like, oh, I wonder if she's talking about this, because she's doing the grand jury stuff and some other stuff. So she was talking about this, and I don't know if you can tell from her face, but she's perplexed. So we're going to listen to her. Hang on. I don't know why she's just not on YouTube. She was on YouTube for like 5 seconds, and now she's not on YouTube, and it makes it very difficult to hear. So we'll go through this.
In custody. This is the North Andover Police.
All right, can you guys hear this? This is low.
Yeah. I can hear it.
It's okay? All right, okay.
I think you have to everybody has to turn their own volumes up.
Yeah.
On their computers or phones.
Officer who was shot by a fellow officer when they were attempting to serve a restraining order on her that was issued by the probate court at the request of her fiance on behalf of he and their child. You want to know why? Good, because I'll tell you. Reminder.
Oh boy. Okay. All right. So she has Boston attitude, which I appreciate. So you're gonna have to, and she speaks a mile a minute, which I appreciate because I also speak a mile a minute. So
I'm Catherine. This is not my objection. Let's get into it. She was initially held on dangerousness. That means without bail. When she was first arrested, she was charged with attempted murder and arraigned in Lawrence District Court. She was held on dangerousness, which means that if the Commonwealth moves to hold you without bail for 120 days because you are such a danger that there are no conditions of release that could ensure the community or the victim's safety. The judge can either say, no, you're not a danger. Yes, you are a danger, and there are conditions of release, or no, you're in danger, and then no, there aren't conditions of release. That's the third option, is what they decided, is that there are no conditions of release. That was appealed. The bail review was to Superior Court. That was denied. Then when she was indicted on one count of assault with a dangerous
That was the grand jury. It went through. Yeah. So if you check the docket, which I don't know if it's still updated or not updated. I know people found some documents online. These are all up there saying all the dangerous stuff is up there. That's basically saying like, nope, she's still a danger. You haven't showed us anything. Nope, you're still a danger. So she's going through all of this now.
Weapon. She was again heard on the bail argument relative to the dangerousness hearing. The court reconsidered it and released it based on the fact that they had a whole, like the defendant had a proposed list of conditions, including GPS, house arrest, her mental health, therapy, all this whole plan. And one of the main factors was scram, which is the alcohol device in which you blow into, because a lot of the allegations relative to this case, as well as the underlying affidavit that was applied for and granted for the restraining order, involve allegations of drinking and alcohol and that kind of behavior.
Yeah. So to give a little bit of background, when her fiance, I forget, was it Justin something else, applied for the original restraining order, he said, nope, we went to our she has history. She had a baby. She has postpartum. She got treatment for that. I don't know if she was sectioned, but she ended up going to the hospital for that for 2 weeks, came out. She was dealing with it, but again, got diagnosed with postpartum, then went back on duty. Then they went to Maine. There were altercations. The fiance and two friends who were there made statements on his behalf saying, yeah, she got drunk. She was belligerent. And again, this is his words. Again, ex parte means one side said that she made statements saying, I will take the baby and like run away. And he interpreted that as she will take care of herself and take care of the baby. So he applied for a restraining order. But then he did a whole bunch of other things. And so I'm wondering, again, because we have such low threshold, I wonder if he was kind of taking advantage of the situation, because that's kind of sort of what it seems like to me. But again, that's just how I look at things. So that's why when she was deemed dangerous, because again, she intended on taking a life. She intended on either taking her life or the life of the officer, depending on whose statement you talk about. But she was still planning on taking a life with a weapon. And she has, again, one party reports that she has issues with alcohol. So that's why, even though she wasn't charged with anything having to do with alcohol, she was saying, okay, when she drinks, makes things worse. How about we submit to, abstaining from alcohol? We got to submit to alcohol testing. So that's the background with that. That's the reason why she's, number one, still considered dangerous. And number two, why she's submitted to alcohol.
And if you're interested, we just this past Wednesday, Julie and I talked quite a bit about it. And also the officer here in Florida, whose picture I have up on the screen, he was shot 24 times by a convenience store clerk. Apparently they had words before and knew each other, but there's really no new news. They had a procession today where all of the officers from the Edgewater Police Department, there were Volusia County Sheriffs, New Smyrna Beach Police. They escorted his body from the coroner's office to the funeral home. And as soon as I know any more about what happened and why this man decided to shoot him, I'll let you guys know and share that information next week. But that was a sad situation. And then there were other officers as well. Julie, I don't know if you know about this, but let me pull up their photo. These three detectives were unalived in a shootout. And the perpetrator, this is another domestic violence case. And I've talked about this many times on our channel, how dangerous domestic violence cases are for the police when they go to the home on a call of domestic violence. And this involved a stalker. This young man was stalking his former girlfriend, and they were all called to this house. And there were somehow he was able to get into a gunfight with these officers. There were 5 different officers that were shot. And I think one was a sheriff, one was a regular police officer, and then all 3 of these men were detectives, and the 3 of them all passed away. So it was a really terrible week for law enforcement on duty and off-duty officers in the country. So rest in peace. Thank you for your service to these 3 fine detectives. And I do believe that that man unalived himself. So there will be no trial at all. So it's just incredibly sad. Yes, MCAT, 24 times. It was I actually drove by that Circle K today. I was out and about and drove by it today on my way out. I was going to the beach that's right near where this happened. And it was sort of eerie. I expected there to maybe not be open or maybe not have anybody in there. No customers today. People are afraid to go there, but it was crowded. There were people getting gas and people inside, and really horrible. So there's really no motive that's been released yet, other than that this person's family made comments that he was having a lot of mental health concerns as of late, and that he had recently purchased this firearm that he used to unalive this off-duty officer. So, and this is the second case was in New York. I don't remember what the name of the town now.
Was it New York, Pennsylvania?
Oh, I'm sorry, Pennsylvania. Yeah, that's right. Sorry, thank you, Julie. Yes, MCAT, that was in Pennsylvania where that happened with the 3 detectives, and the other 2 officers are in, I believe, in out of the woods. They're no longer in critical. Yes, thank you, Shauna. Pennsylvania. They're no longer in critical. So it looks like the other 2 are going to make it. But what a horrific situation. And then, of course, Kelsey, who we've been talking about, her situation happened at the end of June, the beginning of July, and then we were off for July 4th. But you had brought this case to our attention then right away, Julie, that she had been, taken to the hospital and that she had a gunshot wound. And I mean, what a horrific situation.
Yep, it sure is.
For, everyone involved, for her police department, her parents, herself. I mean, it's all just tragic. Trying to see if there was anything else that we had to bring up tonight before we close off. We played most of the Alan Jackson interview. There was one more clip I wanted to show you guys, Julie. I'm going to quickly pull it up, and then we can go over more of all these new documents that came out with Kelsey's boyfriend. There's nothing urgent about that. We can go over that briefly next week. I do want to show you one more thing the Loophole lawyer put out, because he's just so talented. Let me find it here. I have it in the main slide deck. I have to go grab it out of the main slide deck. Here we go. Let's see here. There we go. So this will be puts together. Let me share my screen with you guys so you can see it. Takes me a couple seconds to grab it and get it up on the screen for you. Is it up, Julie? Did it come up, Jules? Are you there? Oh, I lost Julie for a minute. Okay. So this is Loophole Lawyer, who we were watching a little bit earlier. And yes, I am crushing on him. He is hysterical. I mean, he's good. He has the tea, and you guys should definitely check him out and take a look at this. This is good.
At Colin Albert.
That you're totally wrong.
And the structure was
a ledge, a concrete ledge.
What did you see in there?
Shits and giggles.
Mr. O'Keefe was not injured and was not killed at where he was located.
I can't say that you're totally right either.
When I think about what could have happened that night, I think about this kid, Colin Albert, because he's troubled.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
I do not remember.
And where do you live, sir?
I do not know.
How long have you lived in Kent?
I do not remember.
Alan Jackson was on with our good buddy, Billy Bush, and he disclosed some interesting information. Let's watch.
He has gotten in a lot of big, serious trouble in that state before. Coming home, drunk, mom, dad, get their people over, whatever. Higgins is there. I think that the Higgins-Colin Albert combination is really something to look at when I think what could have happened. And that Colin Albert kid got loud and I think Higgins, who of course had designs on Karen Reed and was texting with her a little bit.
What do you want ideally? Question mark. I responded, the real deal. Defendant responded, it doesn't exist.
He got involved, and I think that's where the violence occurred.
In the first trial, Alan Jackson and the rest of us missed a critical piece of information. That was Higgy Bear threatening John O'Keefe at the waterfall right before he left. Because we missed that critical piece of information, we tried to pin it on someone, including Colin. However, the records show he probably wasn't there. But more importantly, Colin had zero motive. But do you know who did have motive?
Brian Higgins.
Killing a rival male for a female is one of the oldest and strongest motives humanates have.
I do think the two characters are Higgins and Colin Albert.
How are you?
And mostly I would look at Colin Albert.
I think that's
Totally wrong?
No, I can't say that you're totally wrong. I can't say that you're totally right either.
Obviously, Alan knows now that Colin had nothing to do with it because we all missed Higgy Bear threatening John O'Keefe at the waterfall. But now we know who the real killer is.
Brian Higgins.
I have my own ideas about what happened. But certainly anybody who watched the trials, anybody who read the motion work that we presented, anybody would reasonably come to a conclusion damn close to what you just suggested. Will we ever know who landed the fatal blow?
Brian Higgins.
I have my thoughts about who that was.
Brian Higgins.
There was a blow that was struck on John.
A brutal blow.
A brutal blow. And he went back and he hit his head on a ledged surface. And ultimately
probably something in the garage. Probably something he fell back on. Huge gash.
You saw what we tried to do in the trial in terms of the garage. And we were thwarted in large part by Judge Cannoni in terms of trying to present that evidence.
Did you also see photographs of any significance to you related to the garage, the interior of the garage?
Sustained. Jurors, disregard that comment, that question.
I also saw some photographs of the inside of the house and the inside of.
So I'm going to stop you there, Dr. Lapasada. Jurors, I'm striking anything after what the pictures from outside, Mr. Jackson. Move on.
Let's stay with the outside of the home. Did you see the front lawn area?
Mr. O'Keefe was not injured and was not killed at where he was located. And we were not allowed to proffer even the evidence, let alone push the theory. And we had tremendous evidence backed by facts, backed by experts, and we were not allowed to go there.
The photos that Turtle Boy has tweeted out of the garage. Is this consistent with the mark on the head? Was that sort of part of where you wanted to go with that?
Because the new homeowners are so cool, they allow anyone basically to come in, do some investigation, take pictures, and these are from the garage. And they do appear to show some form of a paint or liquid that was drying there. However, what we do know now is that the attack took place in the garage at 34 Fairview. Therefore, we're going to now focus all the future litigation and all the future criminal prosecution of Higgy Bear based upon what occurred in that garage.
We arrived at 34 Fairview. It didn't look like there was any soiree going on. It didn't look inviting. The outside was dark and I didn't see any familiar looking vehicles. And I said, John, can you make sure we're welcome? And he said, I'll run in. So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house.
This is important information because John O'Keefe went up the driveway and was faced with either the door to the left or the door to the right leading into the garage. You cannot get into the garage from the house. The only way into the garage is through the front two garage doors or this side door. And most likely John O'Keefe went into that side door, and that's when Higgy Bear attacked.
He took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
But there's a reason that we wanted the jurors to see inside that garage.
Remember, because Alan and the rest of the legal team, including all of us, missed Higgy Bear threatening John O'Keefe at the bar, we had to come up with a story, and mainly it was that John was attacked in the basement. It turns out John was never in the basement. John was never attacked by multiple people. John was hit with one punch and fell back. The blow to the back of his head is what killed him, not being beat by multiple people.
There's a good reason for it. You know, we weren't just doing it for shits and giggles.
What did you see in there?
And this is video from inside the garage at 34 Fairview, and it's exactly where Higgy Bear attacked John O'Keefe.
Maybe, maybe not. The point is, it's never been sampled. Yeah.
It's not clear if that is paint or blood. However, the cops never went and looked for any type of ridged surface that John O'Keefe could have hit his head on, or perhaps.
Okay, he says it's not clear if that's paint or blood. Well, I'm telling you that's not blood, because there's no way in hell the Alberts are going to move out of that house and sell it to someone else and leave a big blood stain in their garage. That they are not that stupid. I mean, Brian Albert was a police officer, high-ranking police officer his whole career. No, they're already, before they sold the house, they were obviously, being targeted as potential suspects by Aiden and by the rolling rallies and on and on and on. So no way are they leaving that's blood splatter. No way. Now, could that have potentially been where John fell and hit his head, and they used some type of paint, made it look like a paint spill? I am curious that if that is indeed what happened, if that's where he took a punch and then fell backwards and hit his head right there, and they were concerned that luminol would be able to, if someone did come in and want to search their home and use luminol, so they just went and got a can of paint and made it look like the paint, fell in the garage and dumped there. Why wouldn't you have cleaned that up, right, prior to selling the home? Why would you sell a home and leave that nasty stain there like that when it wouldn't take you very hard to paint over it or try to wash, clean it up with paint remover? So it's a very interesting, situation with these photos they took. That ledge there that he's talking about, you could see when you, I'll play it again, but you can see that it is very rough. And the medical examiner, she was very clear to state that that when she was on the stand, that there was some type of a pattern on the wound, on John O'Keefe's head wound. So whatever he hit his head on had to have had a rough surface. So this could all be very interesting. I mean, if you guys remember back from trial one, Julie, they were really focusing on the basement for some reason. And then somehow in all of their discovery, it shifted to the garage. What do you make of that? To the garage. What do you make of that, Julie?
I think the basement is a red herring. There's 0.0 evidence that anybody went to a basement or did whatever. And I mean, there is more information. I mean, there's more evidence that, I don't think it happened in the garage because I mean, there's this comment that there was shit in the garage and that there was a car in the garage. I mean, it's, like I have a 2-car garage and that's why I did my little leaf blower test and everything else. And I mean, you could walk around there. I mean, I don't know if they had another fridge there or a place to meet up, but you got to put it in a place where the dog was, and the dog was in the yard. There's also a cement portion in the yard. So that's where I would say. So again, I don't know if like the basement 100% red herring. I mean, I don't like that film that, Micro has pushed.
Yeah.
I think that's bogus. That's my opinion based on what's there. But I mean, the garage makes a little more sense, but
you do know why though, why the basement. There is a reason, though, why the basement came into play early on. Remember, it's because John's phone recorded that he went up 3 flights of stairs.
Well, sure. Yeah. I mean, you can either go up or down. I mean, they don't know if you went down, up, then down, or up, down, up. If you went from first floor, second floor, whatever it was. But also, there were some tests that came out that if you drop or you're holding a phone and all of a sudden you rapidly descend 4 feet, like you fall, that could also register as going up and down stairs. But again, these things aren't accurate. So no, I mean that's like trusting.
They're just all theories. Really, it's all a theory as to where he got punched. And I never thought that they beat him. I never thought there was this huge fight because he didn't have any injuries to support that. The head injury on the back of his head, had to have come from either somebody hitting him over the head with something or him falling and hitting his head on the ground on some hard surface. And the medical examiners seem to think that there was some type of ridge on whatever hit him. Now, some people had speculated, and there were theories that they were in the basement and that somebody, Colin or Brian Albert, one of them grabbed one of the weights and struck him over the head with the weight. But that, I don't think so. I think it makes more sense that he got punched, sucker punched, maybe, because maybe John just wasn't ready for it or didn't expect it to come that quick. Got sucker punched and fell backwards and hit his head. And it doesn't take much to get a fatal blow to the head. What
about the gash over his eye?
That could have come from the punch, the first punch or the second punch. If there was only one or two punches, the mark over his eye could have come from either the punch that caused him to fall and hit his head, or maybe there were two punches. The first one landed and didn't cause him to fall, and then the second one landed and did cause him to fall. When I was a police officer, we lost one of our students to a bicycle accident on the bike trail, and the bike trail was dirt and kind of sand, so it wasn't cement, and she fell off her bike in just such a way that where she hit the back of her head, and it caused a massive brain injury, and she died just like that. So it is possible that, John O'Keefe struck, and the medical examiners agree that the head wound was the fatal wound, and that there was no recovering from it, that it was such a bad, forceful blow to the back of his head that there was no recovering from that, and that was what caused him to die. So, if you're still on board, some people might still be on board that it did happen in the basement. Others might be on board now that it happened in the garage. I think that there might be more evidence that they can't tell us that the judge Canoni did not allow into the second trial that we may see in the civil trial. I think the civil trial could be filled with some fireworks, possibly. Welcome back, Kaz. Great to have you back in our friend zone. Thanks to everybody else for coming back after the hour Dateline about SandraBirchmore. Yes, it could be paint. And you're right, because I looked it up, Kaz, when they first started talking about this, and their paint does cover up blood, and it can render it difficult to get any kind of blood recognition from when they use luminol. And it can then degrade the blood sample underneath the paint. If you were to try to remove the paint, you're going to compromise any blood sample that would be underneath. But it would be interesting. This could just simply be a nothing burger, as they say, and they spilled a can of paint in the garage when they were moving and just decided, F it, let the new owners clean it up. It could be completely innocent and have nothing to do with where he hit his head. These are all just theories, in our opinion, that we're, throwing out there. Kaz said, could it be paint over the blood? Perhaps the floor was too porous to clean up. Yeah, that's very possible. I mean, they would have been able to clean up quite a bit of the blood, but if they were struggling with it, then they could have, dumped a can of paint over it to make it look like a paint fell there. I think MCAT, you said, why didn't their realtor have them clean that up? Exactly. I mean, I certainly would have if I was a realtor and I'm trying to sell a $600,000, $800,000 house. Why wasn't that cleaned up? It's very, very interesting. MCAT says sucker punched him and he fell. I believe that they have wanted to rough him up, but didn't want to kill him. No, I don't think they ever wanted to kill him. I don't think it was ever the intention. The intention was just they, pissed off at him for whatever reason. Obviously, Higgy Bear had his reasons for being pissed off at him, regardless if they had to do with Karen Reed or if it had to do with John, wanting to constantly complain about the state of Canton and not happy with Canton's police department and the way they were handling the teenage drug issues in Canton. He was kind of a thorn in their side, and I think they were pissed about it. Okay, let's finish listening to him and then we'll chat about it a little bit before we close off tonight. I still think we have to continue to advocate for justice for John O'Keefe. I mean, I think the circumstantial evidence is there. It points to that they got in a fight, an argument of some sort, and that people are covering up about it. So I mean, it's just pretty obvious, kind of plain as the nose on your face. But do they have enough to make any arrests? I don't know.
There was blood there and they just threw some paint over it. Either way, it doesn't matter because we know the attack took place in the garage and we know how John O'Keefe died.
Okay. There was clearly evidence of a structure that was absolutely 100% consistent, is 100% consistent.
With the gash on the back of the head.
With the gash on the back of his head.
And the structure was?
A ledge, a concrete ledge that you step down on, about a 4-inch ledge.
Well, as we say, he has a pattern head injury on the back of his scalp. Where there is a tearing of the scalp. And then vertically above that, there is some little areas of scraping to the skin.
This beautiful warrior queen is Dr. La Posada. She was the one that put Karen's team over the top. It wasn't those dopey male experts that everyone was in love with because they're so good looking. It was this woman right here who described all the injuries and shown that it was impossible for Karen to have committed this crime because John's injuries do not correlate with getting hit with the vehicle.
So that tells me that Mr. O'Keefe went backwards onto something that had a little ridge, but it also had some irregularity to it to cause the different scrapes before you get to the tearing of the scalp.
The wound pattern suggested a ridge or ledged surface.
Yes.
Could you explain that in more detail, please?
Yes. So if I were looking at it, I would see the break in the scalp. Then I would see several sort of irregularly placed scrapes of the skin that kind of look like pencil marks. Mm-hmm. And so that means that something with granularity he hit first, then it moved up a little, broke the scalp, and then moved on a little bit above that.
Because the injury to the back of John's head has a horizontal line, in addition to vertical lines, you need to find something that fits that pattern.
Would you expect to see that if Mr. O'Keefe had fallen backward onto a perfectly flat surface?
No, it has to be a surface that has some small ridges in it to make those little vertical patterns. What I would tell the investigators is that Mr. O'Keefe went back onto some object that had some sort of ridge to it to make that horizontal tear in the skin, but that ridge also it wasn't smooth. It had some grainy thing sticking up on it. And then it's the job of the police then to go back to the scene and look around for something which might fit that pattern.
You think so, right?
Well, I was looking at the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found because we know once he came back and slammed his head, he's not going to get up and move around.
Yes, I'm going to strike the second part of that. Just answer the question specifically.
Okay, I'll try, Your Honor. Thank you.
Why were you interested in the outside area where his body was found?
Because then I could identify an object possibly there that would have caused the injury on the back of his head.
Did you see any such object in any of the photos that you reviewed?
No, there was nothing there. It was a flat grass surface.
Let's assume that the grass was very cold and very hard. Would falling backward onto that dirt, hard or not, would that cause the patterned injury that you see, that we just saw in Exhibit 160?
No, because if you fall back on a flat surface, the tear you get in the scalp can be more like a star because you've just hit one part.
That makes total sense.
Then the tears go in kind of a star pattern.
Right.
And also because you would not have those discrete vertical scraping of the skin. If you fell back on grass, you would tend to see, you might see grass in the wound.
Exactly.
Or you would tend to see an irregular kind of crisscross pattern of the flattened grass. And that's not what we have here on Mr. O'Keefe.
Made out of concrete with rough.
So a couple calls I had when I was a police officer involving bicycles and motor vehicles, and the student would end up with road rash. You guys have had road rash, some of you that have fallen off your, skates, roller skates or inline skates or whatever. they would end up having like small particles of like the road, like little pieces of like pebbles or dirt from where they road rashed when they fell. One of the people who fell off their bike and got hurt, they actually fell onto a grassy, they were coming down a hill that's on campus, and there was grass to the side of the bicycle path. They ended up crashing into the grass. And while I was waiting for EMS, I mean, the cuts and scrapes they had they literally had grass in them. So that's what I was going to say. If he had fallen back and hit his head on the front lawn of 34 Fairview, there would have been some type of dirt or grass in that wound. And she's stating that there was not, and that she explains the pattern of this head injury so eloquently and so clearly, that to me it makes total sense that it's that lip that's on the side of their garage.
Edges. It's funny because the corner, it was a ridged surface with uneven edges, not a smooth edge, uneven edges, as reflected in the autopsy photos.
This is one of the photos from inside the garage at 34 Fairview, and it could potentially be one of the areas where John hit the back of his head.
The next steps beyond the legal, you have a state or federal case that you might bring on offense this time. Get off the heels and go after the people who actually did this.
Brian Higgins.
Then there's also the movie. There's a book.
Forget that dopey movie, and who's got time to read a book these days? However, what we know now is that we were completely wrong in the first trial, thinking that the action took place in the basement. Remember, John O'Keefe only had one little laceration above his eye. The other injuries that Alan Jackson initially saw were because of the impact he had from the back of his head, causing all that fractures in the front. John was not beat by a group of people. He was hit with one punch. And now we know exactly where Higgy Bear attacked John O'Keefe, inside the house. And because the garage was separate from the house, it makes sense that the people inside the house did not know it even occurred, except for Brian Albert, when old Higgy Bear went and grabbed him after he attacked John O'Keefe. Karen is named as a defendant in the civil trial, but she has the option, and she will exercise it, to sue anybody that was involved in this potential cover-up, including the real killer,
Brian Higgins,
who eventually will be brought to justice.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
What are you going to do?
I didn't do it. Oops.
I love you, gay Jeff.
They must stop giving conservatives this free gold Trump survivor coin.
Starting this month, the 1776 MAGA research.
Oh my gosh. I have a huge live streamer's crush on Loophole Lawyer. I mean, he brings, a little bit of humor into something that is so tragic and so sad. That ending part where they're all having a tail light planting party on the front yard of 34 Fairview. But, it's sick. It's sick what happens in this country, guys. I mean, there is a lot of crime and corruption going on in various police departments around the country, not just Massachusetts. You Massachusetts, don't feel too scared or sad. You are not the only ones. There are a lot of other states doing nefarious activity, a lot of cops breaking laws. When that police officer was shot up here at the Circle K, I was kind of stunned at all. I was on this Facebook group that they made, and I was kind of stunned at what people were saying. And some people are actually saying, what if this cop was a dirty cop? And what if he had done something to this man's family? Or what if he had been threatening this man or harassing him, and he just lost his cool and lost it? I don't know, because nothing's come out as to that. But people were theorizing that because people have such distrust of law enforcement now all over the country because of all these cases that keep coming up, state after state after state, community after community. And it's really starting to get very concerning and scary. Are the bad cops starting to catch up to the good cops? I always used to think there were maybe like 10% bad cops and 90% good cops, but I'm starting to be very concerned now that that number is starting to go like this, and it's getting closer and closer to being 50-50. And that is not good. We cannot have that in our country, that we have police departments with 50% dirty cops and 50% good cops. It's terrifying. But the more cases that come our way, the more cases that we're told about or that we're contacted about or that we see on the news, and then we decide to advocate here on Social Change Warriors, we just keep running across police officers that are corrupt, that are not doing their job properly, and or are criminal, like the Stoughton police officers with SandraBirchmore. So there's no doubt in my mind that Ellen Greenberg's, that her death is still currently ruled an unaliving of herself, even though nobody believes that's true. Nobody believes she stabbed herself 20 times. And the police had to have been corrupt in that case because they didn't even do a surveillance type, CI criminal investigation where they bring in the CSI unit to go over her entire apartment to look for blood splatter and get blood evidence. They did none of that. They automatically assumed, just like in SandraBirchmore, that Ellen unalived herself, but yet no, she didn't. And they didn't do a proper police investigation. Someone was telling them not to do a proper police investigation, just like someone was behind, I believe, SandraBirchmore's case not having a proper police investigation, and John O'Keefe not having a proper police investigation. So if there's pressure coming from the powers that be on these officers who are supposed to be conducting these initial at the scene collection of evidence and securing the scene, protecting the evidence, the early interviews, and they're being told by higher powers, I need you to do it this way or that way, that's corrupt. That's corruption. And so what are we going to do about it? Well, we just have to keep calling it out where we see it, when we see it. And that's what makes live streaming so intriguing and interesting, and independent journalists interesting and intriguing, that they can get these police reports. You can look over evidence. You can put 2 and 2 together yourself. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to add 1 and 1 equals 2. And in most of these cases, most of these unalivings and the people we've been advocating for, it's very clear to all of us who done it, but it's not clear to the police. And that's what they're trained to do. Shauna asked me, I think in a text message, let me go back, Shauna, because I saw it earlier. Oh yes, here it is. Is it possible, Kat, can a DA stop an arrest? Can it be chief wanted to arrest, but DA didn't allow? So she's talking about with SandraBirchmore that the chief of Stoughton Police did an internal investigation on Matthew Farwell, and she believed that she had enough evidence, but the DA chose not to prosecute. That happens all the time, you guys. That's a lot of the times people want to blame the police for a case not going to trial, but it's not the police's fault. If they did everything they can do and collected the evidence, did the interviews, supported all of their police reports and all of their evidence reports to the DA, and the DA looks at it and says, nah, I'm not going to bring this to trial. I don't think there's going to be they get to make the decision. And when they're confused, when they're not sure if they're making the right decision, or they're concerned they might be making the wrong decision, that's when you see these grand juries being convened. The grand juries are convened to convince the prosecution that they're doing the right thing by taking this person to trial. It's really their sole purpose. Let's see what, Julie, anything? Did we lose Julie? Julie, I think we lost her. I can't tell if she's frozen or if she's reading something. Are you there, Julie? I think she's frozen. Let me send her a text and tell her she froze. You're frozen, Julie. But that's my take on that. I'm just going to be fascinated to see what happens and how this rolls in Massachusetts with getting justice for John O'Keefe. Technically, his case is not closed because the person that they had arrested and took to trial has been found not guilty. So they might be doing, they might be looking into it right now for all we know, but they're not telling anybody anything about it. No one really knew much about her internal investigation, the chief of Stoughton, McNamara's internal investigation. And then tonight we learned that she was working with the feds, and no one knew that because they can't tell everybody everything. Are you there, Julie? Well, there's some life. There's life.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Oh, we thought we lost you there.
Well,
it looked like you were gone, either sleeping, passed out, or
no, I'm still here. I'm all here. I'm listening to Mizzy.
Oh, okay. So Mizzy's live?
Yes. Mizzy went live at 11:15.
Oh, very good. Very good. Well, I'm glad to hear that. What does she have to say about the Dateline?
Well, I mean, from what I could see a little bit, I mean, they were glad, like, she talked about the chief and saying, like, well, like other people were saying, like, well, she was criticized, but if it wasn't for her opening up the investigation, none of this would have, like, you would have just seen, like, yeah, it looks like just, somebody just, unalived themselves and we're going to move on. But she, did something. And so they're like, well, we're critical because, like, you have these monsters under your, supervision. But had it not been for her doing that, we wouldn't have this. So, but I mean, it seems like it's very, it seems like it's positive. I mean, they don't seem like completely thrilled because a lot of stuff was left out. And again, they showed like 3 Karen Reed people, like, again, you could have showed them holding signs, but okay. And then they said that they're expecting a lot of traffic on the website and the Facebook page. So
good. That's really
Barb
good.
was on, and Barb was in the chat, and she's like, well, it's going to be a big day tomorrow. And like, yeah, it's going to be a big day tomorrow because, this went out and now people, have it on their radar and, we'll go investigate, leave messages. So they're going to be busy. So, I mean, who knows what's going to come of it, but I mean, it seems positive. So she seems happy. So that makes me happy.
Well, good. I am a little unhappy with them though, with Dateline, that they could have easily showed 1 or 2 of the standouts that was specifically for SandraBirchmore, because the Dateline case was about SandraBirchmore. I understand why they mentioned that Karen Reed was going on at the same time. That makes total sense. But they most certainly could have shown the cousins and Mizzy in one of the standouts. That would have been easy to edit in there. Because they were very instrumental in keeping Sandra's name, in the public eye, and especially when nothing was going on, when her death was still ruled an unaliving of herself, and there didn't appear to be any investigations going on. They were out there having standouts. So for me, I would have wanted to make sure they were going to show at least a clip of one of the standouts. So I'm not, I don't love that for all of them that have done so many standouts on behalf of SandraBirchmore that they didn't get mentioned or at least shown in the Dateline. But that's my critical journalistic look at that Dateline episode. They have such little time to pull these off with all the commercials that are showing. So they're not always what people would love them to be. Shauna, the ant is on now. I popped in before.
No, Barb was in the chat. I only went back about a half an hour just to kind of get a flavor of what was going on. But Barb was in the chat and she's like, no, it's late. I'm going to bed because it's going to be a big day. And Mizzy said the same thing. She's like, yeah, it's going to be a big day because we're going to get a lot of traffic from this. So
tomorrow, yeah, they'll probably have they'll probably get a lot of questions on their webpage and on their website. And yeah, so, like I was saying earlier, this evil person who unalived his 3 children, I'll keep you updated as they come out with more information if they definitely have been able to ID him, but I'm pretty sure that they did and will have it'll just be over. I'll keep updating you again on Barry Morphew is free. He's God only knows where he is right now, but he's not in jail. So I don't know when his next hearing is. I'll definitely keep you guys updated on Suzanne Morphew. And this was the subject who, by the way, shot these officers in Pennsylvania. So he was stalking. So again, it's another case of domestic violence gone terribly wrong, terribly bad. And now all these officers have lost their lives. So that's just horrific. Now, I saved this for us for some reason. Do you remember what did we want to talk about this before we leave for the night? It has to do with Ken Mello, told juror who knew Julie.
Oh, that was from Turtle. So Turtle was making a big scene about God knows what, because he always makes a big scene about things. And he was talking about how Ken Mello, during the grand jury that indicted Turtle, said that somebody who was on the grand jury knew Julie Bagel. And Ken Mello was like, yeah, but you don't know the rest of these guys. And apparently that was an abomination to everybody, because supposedly the juror was like, no, I need to leave because I know this person and I need to leave.
Okay.
So he's making a federal case out of it, saying, "Oh my God, he has no idea what he's talking about." Blah 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 blah. So I don't know.
Oh, and we can just show this next week. That you and I were talking a little bit about what happened at the most recent Canton Select Board meeting on the 16th of September, where they were calling out Chris Albert, and he literally stood up and made a response. Or maybe he was seated, I don't know, but he made a response and he was quite snarky. We can show that next Friday, because
that was during the open response. And again, they went through the whole entire, they go through it every single week, saying that this is not a question and answer period, meaning that the citizens that come up, they make a statement and then they leave. They're not to ask questions or whatever it is. They're not going to respond. So Brenda Sweeney went up, made her statement. She always says my humble opinion, but this time she just said my opinion. And for whatever reason, Chris Albert decided to snap back at her. And that was that.
Yeah, that was it. I mean, it was interesting. So, I mean, we can show that clip next Friday, because there's no urgency to that. Was there anything else that you and I had ran? I had everything in the slide deck, but was there anything else that you and I had?
Yeah, there was the Brian Walsh update. There's the Brian Walsh update. There's the rest of my video from Catherine Loftus that I was going to play, and the other stuff from Kelsey Fitzsimmons. But that's all right.
Yeah, we can get to all that. I mean, we can add that all in next week. None of that is going away, or nothing's coming up with any of that in the next week, is there?
I mean, nothing really goes away, but I mean, it's going to be a busy week next week. We have
you know what I mean.
What's going to happen there? So
yeah, well, we'll just take it. We'll just take it one issue at a time. What was the other clip you wanted to show on Catherine Loftus? We can show that before we go tonight.
The one I was playing?
Yeah. Oh, that was the same one?
Yes.
That we took a break from? I didn't know if you were done with it or not.
Maybe I was talking, but okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's all right. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Sorry, Julie. I get a little bit brain fogged this time of night after live streaming this long. So I thought we were done with Catherine Loftus. So that wasn't anything purposeful. Sorry.
I mean, it's not going to start over, but okay, this is the Kelsey Fitzsimmons thing.
Conditions that the judge set. Within 2 days, they were back in court asking for the GPS to be modified so she could have surgery, but they didn't provide any documentation, what the court says. Within a couple of days after that, they were again back in court asking for the Scram device to be modified because they say she can't breathe in. Now, they provided an affidavit of Kelsey Fitzsimmons and the mother and have probation testify. It does seem like she has an issue with breathing. However, they provided no actual medical evidence either for the GPS or for the Scram. And essentially, Tim Bradle argued that it was torture for her to do this, and the judge was very upset. And I will tell you that this is a good example of frustrating a court, because they all went in. She released a person who's held on dangerousness to a residence with these conditions, and then within 3 days you're back 2 times before the court, which is a little odd because these should have been readily available to address at it. It's hard to think that you wouldn't you wouldn't know that she couldn't breathe into that. So basically in the hearing, the judge was like, so you're telling me she can't comply with the conditions. Bradel and the team wanted her to do like random testing, to call and you get your number and they tell you if you have to go and test. And the judge was like, no, bail revoked. And so, I mean, I think it's a proper planning prevents poor performance, as Doc says.
100%. So she's an attorney, and she says, and she stopped saying it, and again, she's on Instagram, so we can't rewind, but she basically said the time to do this was 3 days prior when you agreed to be released from, well, you're not released from dangerousness, but to be released from holding into a private residence with all of these restrictions, and then you come back twice and say all this. Now, there's the motion where the judge basically used Tim Bradel's own words and was like, the time to do this was when you agreed to it on the 8th. I don't know why you're back in front of me doing all this. So that happened. And a whole bunch of other shit came out too. So the end.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a lot. This is a very complicated case in so many ways. And especially with the new paperwork that came out where the fiance is trying to claim that he's owed 17 years of child support, already assuming that she's not going to get custody of her child or even 50-50 custody. Good night, MCAT, and good night, everybody else who's leaving us tonight. Hopefully we'll see you next week. It seems a little bit premeditated and premature to be asking for a lien to put on her house for future child support. That's really, I've never heard of such a thing in a child support case before. I mean, typically if the husband and the wife, after they divorce, if they share the child 50-50, they usually share all the expenses and they figure out who's going to pay the health insurance and who's going to pay for this, that, and the other thing. And that's all in writing. But I've never, ever heard of in any custody case where a husband can take a lien out or a wife could take and have this money secured for future child support. I've never heard of anything like that before. And again, it seems very premature and somewhat premeditated to be putting that kind of burden and stress on somebody who's trying to heal from postpartum depression.
Yeah, I mean, this guy seemed like he saw an opportunity and pounced. And he's just going to take the opportunity to, I guess, take his choice. I mean, what came out, Jess Machado did some reporting, and I believe it's been confirmed, is that she was also pregnant at this time and due to being shot, miscarried. So she had a 4-month-old baby and basically one on the way. So, I mean,
that's what I was wondering. I saw that in the chat box, Julie. So, it was either MCAT or
it was MCAT.
MCAT, yeah, something about she was pregnant. I got confused. I'm like, what do you mean? She had a 5-month-old baby, 4-month-old baby. So she literally got pregnant again right after. And that can happen. I mean, as soon as a woman stops nursing, or if they were never nursing the baby, within 2 to 3 months after you have a baby, you are able to get pregnant again. And a lot of that can happen to women if they're not cautious with birth control, because it's really not good for your body to put your body back through that again after only 3 months of giving birth. It's really not good for the woman. So I didn't know that. When did that come out?
That came out Wednesday.
Oh, geez. So that's like extra trauma.
Yep. A lot came out.
Boy. That is real. Boy, that just adds a whole nother level of tragedy to an already tragic situation. And remind us again, Julie, what charges are they bringing against her?
So she was in front of a grand jury. She was, she's officially being charged with assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer. She was charged with attempted murder on a police officer, and I don't remember the second charge. I don't know if it was attempted manslaughter on a police officer. It had something to do with trying to KLL a police officer, and I know one was attempted murder. I don't know if it was manslaughter, but it was high up there. And then they got her with assault on a police officer. Assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer. So that's what she's officially being charged with. Now, she was, when she was med flighted to Mass General was charged. A lot of stuff happened at the same time. She was decertified as a police officer just about almost immediately. And in the statement that the fiance made saying that she lost her job in July. Now, she's decertified. I don't think that they could take her off the roster as a police officer. Like, she could sit on the sidelines. I don't think they can fire her. I think they have to go through protocol or have to go through something, because she's just been accused. She hadn't made any statements, but she like almost immediately was decertified. That's what the DA in Essex County said when he gave a statement saying that, yeah, she's in the process of being decertified, which almost happened like instantaneously. So, I mean, there's a lot of shit going on with this case that seems very suspect. Now, again, does it all mean corruption and corruption? No, it's the way that things work in Massachusetts. So it's not that, oh, the judge knows this one, or, oh, the family knows this, or, oh my God, this and that. No, I think it was just that this guy may have been looking for a way out and seized his opportunity, because he didn't waste any time getting a restraining order, filing for full custody, then applying for
but that doesn't make a lot. I mean, it doesn't make total sense, though, if I'm playing devil's advocate, because this fight they had happened at their bachelor party. So they were obviously still together and planning to get married and had a bachelorette joint party together. So whatever she did that night with getting intoxicated and being verbally abusive, maybe it was enough to really scare this guy. Maybe we can't. I find it concerning, to be honest with you, that people are out there spreading rumors that we don't know are true about this firefighter fiance. For all we know, he's the nicest guy on the planet, and she's a violent person when she drinks. And maybe she had been violent towards him before when she drinks. I've been around violent people who were drunk many times in my life when I was in college and as a police officer. And it's not always men. It's not always just men who get violent when they drink. Women can also be violent when they drink. And on the devil's advocate side, maybe that's what happened that night. And maybe they'd already had some incidents with her being a drinker. That's my opinion, allegedly. And that was the final straw for him. And so he was afraid for himself and the baby, with her being in postpartum depression and drinking and making these kind of verbal threats, that he felt that he needed to get that emergency restraining order.
Maybe.
But why is everybody demonizing him, though? That's what I found that this week, looking through social media, that everybody's trying to turn Kelsey into the new free Karen Reed. And I'm not saying that.
I don't think that's,
that's what other live streamers have said, Julie.
Yeah, I know. And that's
all over social media.
Yeah, I don't like that. They see dollar signs, in my opinion, and want to cash in instead of doing instead of doing what you should do and saying, hey, what's going on in Massachusetts? Why is the threshold so low? And why does it seem to be abused?
Right. But what I'm trying to say is that I'm not trying to take sides here yet. I want to have a complete open mind on, I feel terrible for her. I had postpartum anxiety after my second child. I still suffer from anxiety issues. It's horrible. I feel terrible for what she was going through, but I also feel terrible for him, because they had just had a child. They were apparently happy, going to get married, having a bachelorette party, and then everything went wrong. Everything went dark. And then just a couple days later, she's being served with a restraining order by her own department, who I actually think should have recused themselves. I don't think her own department should have served that restraining order on her. That's just my opinion. It doesn't sound right to me for that to have gone down that way. And I feel terrible for her for what happened in her moment of crisis. But think about the outside, what could have happened. She could have shot her other officer, who used to be her partner, and then unalived herself right then and there as well. So this could have been far worse than it is right now.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. But I mean, the other thing I was thinking of too, where I was saying that there's such low thresholds for these types of things. When you're in a police department and you get a call from like you're in a domestic violence, or you're walking across the street and you hear somebody just say, "Oh, fucking kill me right now," they have to immediately act on that and say this person is a threat to take care of themselves. They section that person right then and there. Say, hey, we're calling for an ambulance. We're doing that. They got a piece of paper that said this person has a 209A from this emergency order, and they're taking the child because this person has made a statement that the person Kelsey has threatened to take care of herself, take care of the child. So they should have, according to policy and everything else, they should have sectioned her right then and there. Why did that not happen?
I don't know.
Don't know. I mean, you get a piece of paper from a judge saying we have a statement from this guy that he is afraid that she's going to do harm to herself or her child, and you don't section her. You leave her alone and say, "Hey, we're going to take a kid and we're going to leave you in this home where there are firearms. Good luck." That seems like, again, to me, based on how things work here, that seems like a malpractice or something. Like something
right.
went wrong.
If the judge truly thought she was a danger to herself and others and a danger to the baby,
which that's the reason why she has the
correct.
The 58A.
So then, right. So then there should have been some intervention to get her in to either check herself in, because you can voluntarily check yourself into the psychiatric ward at most hospitals. You can go to the ER. And you can say that you're having thoughts of hurting yourself or others, and that you need to be seen immediately. And they will see you. And then if they have room in that particular hospital, they will, like, let's say, for example, at the University of Wisconsin Hospital, I drove several students to the ER because they were feeling like they might unalive themselves over their grades. So then we would ask permission to call their parents and get their parents headed that way. If they wouldn't give permission to call their parents, so be it. They were over 18. We couldn't do anything about that, but at least we could get them to the ER. And then in the ER, they're treated by the ER doc, who then calls for a psych ward consult. So then the psych ward is called down. The doctor who's ever on call is called down to the ER. They do a consult, and then they determine if this person needs to stay overnight, which is typically then a 72-hour hold. In most states, it's the same. It's a 72-hour hold. Once you've been deemed that something's going on, something's wrong, you might be a danger to yourself or others, then there's a 72-hour hold. So there are steps that have to take place. Now, a family member can also ask for a 72-hour hold. So let's say her mom, like weeks prior, was very concerned about her and the way she was behaving, her depression level, thinking there was postpartum involved. And Kelsey's like, no, I'm fine. I'm going to heal my own. I'm good. I'm not going to the ER. I'm not going to the psych ward. Her mother could have gone. Now here in Florida and in Wisconsin, a family member can go into the court. You fill out this like 9-page form. You have to answer all these questions as to why you think this person is a danger to themselves or others. You have to list examples of things they've been doing or saying, and then you sign it under oath that you're telling the truth, and then you turn it into the clerk. Then the clerk gives that to the judge. The judge usually responds to those within 24 hours. And if the judge agrees with what you wrote on there, the judge can then order the 72-hour hold on behalf of the family member. So I'm just very confused, and I wish we knew more as to why her family maybe didn't see these signs, knowing her as well as they did, and or the fiance knowing her as well as he obviously knew her at this point, why there wasn't more intervention to get her into a psychiatric ward where she could have been on a 72-hour hold. Because medication for these type of situations with anything that to do with mental health is very difficult to determine right away. There's times where it can take months and months and months to get a person on the right cocktail of medication that's going to affect the brain chemistry enough to get rid of the suicidal ideations or get rid of the voices if they're hearing voices, or if they're having nightmares, night terrors, or severe manic depression. And not everybody can handle every drug. Some drugs can make you very, very sick. They had me try a drug for nerve damage after my neck surgery because I was having so much nerve pain in my neck and shoulders. It was debilitating. And they had me try Neurontin, which some of you may have heard of if you've ever had nerve damage. I got violently ill from it because I have a very sensitive constitution. So then after a month of being on Neurontin and being violently ill every day, like I was pregnant, having morning sickness, they weaned me. Then you have to wean off of it because these drugs are very strong. So you have to wean off of it before you can start a new one. And then you don't know if the new one's going to work. So even in mild mental health situations or mild pain type medications that they have to give to people for pain, chronic pain, you never know if it's going to work. And everybody's body is different, the way they metabolize medications. So this whole thing with her case to me is just so disturbing, that she wasn't, that her condition wasn't taken more seriously, and that she wasn't somehow convinced by family to just go and stay in the hospital for 72 hours or longer. I don't know, guys. It's just a very disturbing case, but I'm not personally ready to just get on board and make it out like her fiance is this terrible human who did terrible things and is trying to harm her. I can't do that. I need to know a lot more about the circumstances of her case before I'm willing to do that.
Well, there's the case of again, I didn't get to it because I was doing other stuff, but there's the papers that came out where he's making the motion for what, 17, 18 years of child support and trying to put a lien on the house. Now, I don't know if the two parties own the house together or if this was her house, like Shauna says it was her house. I don't know if it was her house. He's in a different part of Massachusetts where his family's from. I don't know if again, this is her house and he moved in, or how long they were together. I don't know about their background, but if this was her house and she owned it, he was living there and they were going to get married. Again, they weren't married at the time. They were, fiance and fiance, whatever you want to call it. But
right.
If she owned that house, I mean, this seems like the perfect time to kind of go in and go, let me put my hooks in you and make sure I get all this and this and this and this and this. You go away, I get everything. I don't know. Yeah. It just seems very opportunistic. I know people are out there like, no, he don't automatically put it on the guy. It totally could be in this. Some bitches are just bitches. I don't know. It seems very opportunistic to me, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, no, I don't love that component of it right now. It doesn't feel right to me that you would be focusing in on the money right now while she's still in jail and healing from this wound. And
yeah, you would think the first thing that they would ask would say, hey, your mental health isn't correct. Let's make sure you get all the, go into the hospital, take care of it. Not like, no, I want a stay away order, take the kid and I'm taking the house. Bye.
Right. And I get you. I totally get your side of it. And I think there's a lot of people who are on that side of it that just something doesn't feel right. Sean is saying there's more to this. We'll find out trial possibly.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
It's going to come out. Now, I did read a few things on, there's a Facebook page now that Gator Boy started, Justice for Kelsey. And I joined that page. And there's a lot of people on there. And someone came in the group and wrote something to the effect of that, I know these families, I'm from the area. It was an anonymous post, but they said they did. And they said that there had been other issues with Kelsey drinking in the past and getting violent when she drank. Now, again, this is hearsay. This is not my opinion. This is just something someone wrote on a post. I try to follow along on some of the Justice For pages with the people that I'm advocating for. So we're definitely advocating for Kelsey to have justice regarding what happened to her that night. And hopefully some of these charges will get dropped or reduced. I don't see how they're going to be able to prove that she was going to shoot her fellow officer when it appears that she was going to potentially take her own life, not anybody else's. So I'm not understanding that charge completely that you read, that she's being charged with attempted.
No, no. She was so she was first charged when she was arrested. When she was shot, she was arrested. She was charged, or when she was arrested, wasn't arraigned. Yeah, she was arraigned on 3 charges. It was attempted murder of police officer.
Yeah, that's the one.
And battery.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
But then they went to the Essex County grand jury, and 2 of those, and they only voted 1 charge. So she's only being charged with 1 thing right now, which is assault, which is assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer.
All right. And
that's what she's being charged with. Now, again, you pull a firearm, whether you're going to do it to yourself or whatever. I mean, he could technically see that as a threat. I mean, again, I don't know how you're going to prove it because it's he said, she said.
Right.
But I mean, there's a lot of shit going on.
Yeah, but anytime a GUN comes out in a small room like that, an officer is trained to, you know, do the job,
give it back.
you know? And you're never trained as an officer to wound someone. You're trained for center mass. That's the training, and that's why you never ever pull out a gun in front of a police officer. And that she should obviously have known. But if she wasn't in her right mind, and if her plan was to unalive herself, then unaliving yourself in front of your fellow officers is obviously not a very bright idea, which kind of lends to more of how mentally unwell she was at that time.
Yep.
And I don't know what type of counseling they were able to administer while she was healing in the hospital, what social workers, if she was working with therapists or social workers, or what's going on. I don't know. Has anybody heard anything to that?
While she was in the hospital? Yeah. So one of the conditions of her release is that, again, she wasn't sectioned when she was in the hospital. Again, she was being treated for a gunshot wound to her chest, and she was being treated for that. She was, again, under arrest while in the hospital. But while she was there, they ordered her to receive mandatory psych counseling. So, so she is under court order to go for mandatory psych, not evaluation, not psych training. Oh my God, I can't think of the word. But
I know what you mean.
That's part of what it is. Yeah. So, and part of the
Right.
conditions is that she is to stay at home and not go anywhere, because again, she is still deemed dangerous, but she is allowed to go to doctor's appointments, psych appointments, and anywhere else within and anywhere else related to those appointments within 48-hour notice. So she has to give notice to go to those. So yeah, so that's part of her conditions. It was GPS, Graham, court-ordered mental health care, psychiatric care, and and she stays at her parents' house, who went through a Corey check. Now, part of the reason why it took so long to get her discharged from jail and placed to her house is because of Corey checks, because of the conditions, and because they were still working things out. So they had ample opportunity to work this out. And again, this is why lawyers matter and reputations matter, and what you do matters. And
Oh, yeah.
there's shady shit going on with that too. So
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, Julie, we'll continue to update everybody on this, and we will, follow it the best that we can with whatever news comes out. I want to share with you guys something that I'm either going to be having a guest next week or the following week, Julie, let me share my screen here just for a moment, with somebody that I have met through a friend of mine. She live streamed with me 2 weeks ago on what it's like to go through alcoholism survival. And let me see if I can get this to come up. Is it letting me share the screen yet or not? No, it doesn't look like it is. Okay, let's try it one more time. Here we go. So I met her through my friend John, and Kelly and John were on with me last week and talked about survival from alcoholism and what is that like and what is that about. And they were very, very vulnerable and shared a lot of interesting feedback and insight about recovering from alcoholism. And they're going to come back on again next month, and we'll do a part 2 about what AA is like and their experiences with AA. And while I was meeting with Kelly and getting to know her, she realized that, we mostly do true crime and cover cases. And she said to me, well, I have a case to talk to you about. This is a unsolved homicide from 1980. I believe it was 1981. I'd have to go back and look and see if the date is in here. This is just an old newspaper article. Kelly is going to come on and tell us about what her connection is to this unsolved homicide that happened in South Carolina. And I'll give you just the gist of it. A woman was killed, and they didn't really have any evidence. This was before, the science of a lot of DNA testing that we have now. And they found her body. It was disposed of in waste bags near Georgetown, which was 130 miles from her apartment where she was last seen 2 nights earlier walking her dog. So just living a normal life. She had 2 daughters. She was dating a man at the time. And unfortunately, they had a suspect and they brought him in for questioning. He was a person of interest, but then they ended up clearing him. And there was no way to charge him. They had no evidence against him, and they didn't believe that he actually did it. So the Lexington investigator, Captain Jack Bowden, stated that Johnson is not a suspect in the case anymore, and that the police have no new leads or suspects in the slaying. He said that this person Johnson he said he was crazy, which, we would never get away with saying now. A police officer could never get away with describing someone that way, but that there was no way he was connected to the crime of Linda Cope, who was a 33-year-old mother of 2. And they never were able to get enough evidence to make an arrest. So Kelly is connected to this case in a very kind of interesting, bizarre way. And she's going to come on in a week or 2 and share with us her experience of what this was like being connected to this homicide case in South Carolina. And she also introduced me to the lead investigator from the case today. And her and I played telephone tag. Her name is Rita. And I'm hoping that Rita will actually join us as well when Kelly comes on. And Rita has solved some pretty big cases in South Carolina. She worked for SLED, which is the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, and is now retired, enjoying retirement. But very interesting lady. And her and I have played telephone tag the last 2 days, but we're going to catch up on Sunday. So I'm hoping to bring you a very fascinating unsolved homicide case with the stepdaughter of one of the persons of interest and the lead investigator that worked the case. So I'll let you know when that's going to be. Anything else for closing us out tonight, Julie?
Nope.
Thank you, Julie. I appreciate you. Thank you, everybody that showed up with us tonight, and continue to show up with us on Friday Night Lies, where we'll continue to talk to you about the cases that are going on around the country and primarily in Massachusetts with our resident Bostonian, Julie, and keep you up to date and give you our opinion and break it down with you all in our friend zone. For those of you that like to chat with us during the live, you're always welcome. Anybody that would ever like to come on the platform and give us your take on it or your opinion, if you've never done it before, we've had quite a few people come on the platform with us. So you're always welcome. You just have to send me an email and let me know. My email is listed in the description of the channel on YouTube. So thanks, everyone. I hope you have a very good weekend. Julie, I almost lost one of my survivor slots last night. I took the Buffalo Bills as one of my survivors.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Down to the wire with the dastardly Miami Dolphins, those sneaky little Dolphins. So, but luckily we pulled it out. So I still have 3 survivor slots left now. I've got to make my final decision tomorrow who I'm going to take for the other 2 slots. But we'll see. My fantasy football team is 2-0. For all of you that don't care a crap about my fantasy football team, it's okay. But I am very happy about it that I'm 2-0 because I have kind of I'm hurting this year. My running back is already injured and on IR. One of my wide receivers is already on IR. So I'm a little bit banged up already just going into week 3. But I did win the first 2 weeks of fantasy football. So that was pretty cool. And tomorrow, of course, for all of you college lovers, is another big day in college football. For those of you that just love to geek out like I do and watch college sports. And then Sunday's the big pro day. So there's a lot of interesting television. I'm sure a lot of you watch movies and maybe go to the movies or do a lot of outdoor activities when you're not with us here. So I hope you have a wonderful time, whatever it is that you're going to do this weekend. And thank you. So we'll close it out for the night and we'll be back next week. And I hope you all take very good care. And always remember, to all of our advocates, all of our victims of homicide that we're advocating for, they tell us from above, my life mattered.
Night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Thank you so much, Julie, for all the fantastic updates.
They try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power, but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. The heroes undo the harm, calling out corruption, we'll stand tall for justice and truth.